Enter Paranormal M, where the eerie becomes reality. Subscribe and enable notifications to keep up with our latest spooky mysteries. Get ready for a supernatural experience, a guardian angel, and many others. In 2001, I was 3. I was an only child at that point, and my parents and I lived in this rent house that my mom still lovingly refers to as the shack. The shack burned down only months after we moved, but it was a good house as far as I remember. It was old and small, but it was where I spent my first 5 years, the good years, before shit hit the fan. It had a concrete slab of a front porch where I'd draw the sidewalk chalk, and it had a living room with a heater. I'd use that to warm my toes in the morning before preschool. There was a ledge on the bathtub where I'd stand to brush my teeth, and the single bedroom had been walled off partially to make my room big enough for a twin bed and a bookshelf. I had a dinosaur blanket, and I was really into dinosaurs back then. I don't remember much, just little details like I shared with you. I remember my mom and dad, and I remember the others. The others couldn't be seen by anyone except for me. I would catch a glimpse out of the corner of my eye, and they were always turning around a corner, ducking behind the couch. They acted like they didn't want to be seen, except for Tommy, who was different. He was a middle-aged man with a dark blue suit and brown hair, kind smile. Tommy had the nicest smile that would wash away any bad thought or feeling I had. He was good. He was always a good one. He wasn't there all the time, but I saw him and played with him enough for my family to become acquainted with the idea of him. He was my imaginary friend. I was a lonely only child. I had made a friend of my own to play with. Nothing out of the ordinary. Except I did have a friend, a real friend, one that was alive and in the flesh. For the sake of the story, I'm going to call him Daniel. It was around 2003, and Daniel lived next door. Between our houses was a field of tall grass with a path down the middle. We lived in the middle of nowhere in a shack, so our parents would have to walk us over when we wanted to play. I remember the last time Daniel played at my house, and shortly after he stopped playing with me altogether. We were in my small bedroom playing with Lincoln logs on the floor. Nice. Remember the ones you could fit together and build log cabins? Or anything, by the way. Anyway, Daniel was laying on his stomach, and Tommy brushed his leg when he was trying to come into my room. Daniel looked up at him with fear in his eyes. I wasn't sure why, but Tommy was a friend, and he wasn't anyone to be afraid of. I told him, "Scoot over, Daniel, so Tommy can play too." Daniel screamed and ran out of the front yard, demanding to be taken home. My parents laughed when they heard the story and said I must have freaked him out by talking about my imaginary friend. I stood in the doorway with Tommy behind me. Daniel stared at the door, but not at me. I watched his eyes. They were fixed well above my head. And one thing was certain that day. I was now not the only one who could see Tommy. At the end of 2003, my parents told me I was going to be a big sister. I was so excited, and they also told me that we'd move. They already had found a house for us. This house barely holds the 3 of us as it is, my mom said. There's no room for a baby, too. A couple of months later, they closed a house in a small town nearby. It was less of a town and more of a community. One main road, a couple of hundred houses, a tiny school, and 2 churches. There was one amazing thing, though. My best friend from T-ball happened to live right next door. Maddie. I'd hit it off with them the year before, and so did her mom's. I believe Maddie's mom was the one who told mine about the house being available in the first place. We moved in, and I was having the time of my life living next to my best friend. We'd both be at each other's houses daily. We were also in the same kindergarten class. And as a side note, our houses were maybe 50 feet apart from each other. They had been on the same plot of land that was later split, and that will be important later. I'd been a little bit worried about moving because I didn't want to lose my friend Tommy. And sure, he made Daniel run for the hills, and I was the only one who could see him most of the time, but I didn't want to move houses and never see him again. My parents had only said that 3 of us were moving. They hadn't said anything about bringing Tommy with us. When I asked, they laughed it off. When I told Tommy this, he just smiled and placed his hand over mine as if to say, "I'm not going anywhere." The new house was strange. You could feel it from the yard. It's like the AC's on and you could feel it from the crack around the door. Except it wasn't cold air, exactly. It was just bad. Didn't make you shiver, though. Maddie's house was the same. We talked about this just the other day, and there's 3 entities that we can specifically remember between her 2 houses. One thing I liked about Maddie was that she saw them all like I did. I felt way less alone. To this day, she's one of my best friends, and we still talk about how bizarre her childhood was in those 2 houses. The entity was the little girl. The little girl mostly stayed in my house. She never wanted to play and always seemed sad. When Maddie and I played in the yard, we would see her watching us from the window. We'd beckon for her to come out, but she would always shake her head and put back the curtains. She never spoke. She was harmless, though, but she was as scared as we were of the Twisty Man. The Twisty Man, we believe, was attached to the greater plot of land that our houses sat on. He was seen in both houses. The Twisty Man is hard to describe. I think of a Dementor in Harry Potter. Sounds stupid, but it'd take away all the happiness and you'd only feel fear. He was all twisted and contorted, and a couple of times we looked like we'd caught him in the ceiling fan, swirling around in the ceiling above our beds. He was the color of a fresh bruise, blue and black and nasty looking. Didn't have a face, only a twisted sort of silhouette. He never spoke, just stayed long enough to give us nearly a heart attack whenever I saw him. But it was never really long before I saw Tommy too. He would stand in front of it, holding my gaze until it went away. Staring at this man I'd known for as long as I could remember, the happiness came back and the fear melted. The bad thing sank back into the walls. My sister saw the Twisty Man as a toddler, and Maddie and I saw him several times, both together and apart. I'd honestly all but forgotten him until Maddie told me what happened about a month ago. Maddie's ex-stepbrother lives in her old house now. Her stepdad and mom divorced, and he got the house years ago. But he's since given it to his son. Maddie's mom got a call from her ex and thought it was kind of weird. They are civil, but not friends, who called to chat. This information comes from Maddie, whose mom called her right away. The ex called Maddie's mom and asked, what was that thing Maddie said that she used to see in the house, that thing that she was so scared of? Maddie's mom said, "You mean that thing she called the Twisty Man?" Thought so. Apparently, the ex-stepbrother noticed that the neighbor who lives in my old house is sleeping in the driveway in a camper van. He thought it was weird that a 40-something-year-old single guy wouldn't sleep in a house he's paying a mortgage on. So he asked him why he was staying outside. The man told him, "I don't even know how to say this, man, but there's something in that house. It's blue and black and all twisted up, and it watches me sleep. Takes away any happiness I have, and I'm terrified I'm not going back in there." And this is a grown man claiming to see what we saw 20 years ago, not knowing her story. The third thing was, well, less something that we saw and more something that was just there. It would move things, knock things over, flush the toilets, turn on faucets, mess with electronics, etc. More of a nuisance than anything. One time Maddie was sleeping over at my house and she told me to quit tugging the blanket down. I told her I wasn't and to leave the blanket alone. We both felt a few more tugs before it flew off the end of the bed to the opposite wall. But things like this happen often. Slight TW. Don't know what TW stands for. Regardless, like TW, the worst thing that was in the house was not an entity. It was very much alive, and it was my father. I was 6 by this time, and he was heavy into many addictions. I can remember a time when he was good, but by this point he was my worst nightmare. He and his friends. I'll spare you the details, but, well, partially because I don't even remember it all. Although I'm not too upset about that. I do remember one time he had a couple of friends over and they were very far past the point of rational thought. I knew they were looking for me, and I also knew that they were finding me was the last thing that I ever wanted. There was a room in that house that I wasn't allowed in. It was less of a room and more of a boarded-in back porch. But it was where the laundry was. I asked my mom recently, and she said that I wasn't allowed because it wasn't safe. That house was apparently falling apart even then. That room was connected to the bathroom by a built-in cabinet that had a hole in the back of the bottom behind the doors. That way you could put a laundry basket in the bottom cabinet and reach through from the laundry room to grab it. That part was actually kind of cool. I remember seeing the little girl holding her hand out to me. I saw Tommy behind her and he nodded to me. So I let her lead me through the hole and into that room. I would have never gone on my own, and I wasn't a rule breaker by any means. She showed me a loose board, and I was able to push it out long enough to slip behind it. I could hear them calling for me, but she put her finger to her lips, a signal for me to be quiet. We stayed in that hole for a long time. I don't remember what happened next or how I got out, just that she never left me. I honestly don't know what would have happened if she hadn't helped me hide. I didn't even know that loose board was there, and neither did anyone else, I guess. Eventually got bored and went to hang out in my dad's truck until my mom and sister got home. More happened that I won't go into, but my sister, mom, and I moved out, and my grandparents and I was 7. So that would make this 2005, 2006. Not sure exactly. My dad had supervised visitation when he quickly lost, and things were good at Grandma's. I felt safe and stable, and I didn't see anything here, and I didn't miss Tommy. Or rather, I did. The ghost, not the father. About a year later, the summer before I went into 3rd grade, my mom remarried. The guy had a daughter 1 year older than me. My sister was 3, and we moved a couple hours away to another community, even smaller and more rural than the first one. I only lived in that house for a fall semester. They figured out pretty quickly that their marriage was a rebound for them both and they'd be better off apart. So I moved back in with Grandma at Christmas, since my mom was moving back in the summer anyway. I missed my old school so much. She had to stick it out until June being a teacher in a contract. So while we were living there, though, I felt like Karen from the Babysitters Club. I had my very own morbida destiny. Morbida? My friends from the street, the gravel back road, and I were convinced her neighborhood was a witch, or rather, her neighbor. Looking back, I doubt it. She had a grave in her backyard, but I'm sure it was part of a pet cemetery or something like this. We thought it was her husband, and I saw Tommy a lot living here. I think he knew I needed a friend. I remember one day we had a babysitter and we heard footsteps like always. She looked a little bit freaked out, and I told her, "Don't worry, that's just Tommy. He keeps the bad things away." After that, we played in the yard until my mom got home. I was scolded for scaring the babysitter. We were back with Grandma that summer until my mom met guy number 3. He was good when he was sober. The first time I knew he was bad was the time that I saw Tommy at the apartment we were living in now. He had been hitting the bottle all day, and the day ended with him breaking my mom's cell phone, screaming at us and not letting us leave. I was begging her to let me walk to the gas station across the street to call my grandma to come pick us up. "Please," I told her. You know, Grandma would let us stay again. I think at that point she was just so broken and embarrassed she wanted to stick it out and hope it got better. That sucks. And it did. In the morning, when he sobered up, but that seemed to be the trend for the next 6 years. That night, Tommy sat at the foot of my bed between me and the door. That was while they screamed at each other. Again, he held my gaze. I didn't know how long I stared into his brown eyes before I finally fell asleep. In 2009, we moved into the brick house. The brick house was where I spent most of my childhood. It's hard because I have so many good memories of the brick house, but it's also where I spent my darkest nights. That house came with entities of its own. There were the whisper people who lived in my sister's room and the bad thing. And the stepdad. The stepdad, like I said, was good most of the time, especially in the early days. We would have nights where we knew to keep our distance because, well, he'd been drinking the brown bag juice. But he was a decent guy. Didn't seem, though, that the worse he got, the more active the bad thing was. Drinking the brown bag juice. Ugh. I'll bring it back to the whisper people. My sister refused to sleep in her room. Our hallway was shaped like a backward 7 coming off from the living room. At the top of the 7, that was the bathroom. Perpendicular to that door was my mom's room. Then, beside the bathroom on the small line of the 7 was my room, initially. And on the top of that line of the 7 was my sister's. So her door faced my mom's. I hated standing in the small line of the 7. I always had a bad feeling. You could also see it from the bathroom mirror. I only made that mistake once. After that, I wouldn't look in that mirror until the door was completely closed. Anyway, my sister wouldn't sleep in her room, and she always said that the whisper people were too loud. She was in, pre-K or kindergarten when we first moved there, and she claimed she couldn't sleep because they whispered too loudly. One day I was coming out of the bathroom. I had just exited the door when I stopped. It was because I thought I heard something from her room. My mom's door was basically to my direct right, and about 6 or 7 feet to my left was hers. The noise stopped abruptly, and I thought it was weird. I waited a few seconds before I heard directly in my left ear an older lady's voice saying, "Shh, she'll hear you." And I booked it. I didn't think I've ever run so fast. It sounded like I was wearing an earbud. It was that close. I heard them a few other times, but I never did ever really stick around long enough to have them notice me again. Just ignore it became a trend in the house, and a trend or even a motto, like a philosophy. Whatever you want to call it, we just ignored it. Remember how I was talking about the bathroom mirror? Well, one day I was brushing my teeth and made the mistake of looking up. When I did, I saw a shadow, except it wasn't on the wall where the shadow should be. It was like a void in the middle of the hall, standing where a person would be. It was a shadow, but 3-dimensional, just standing there. It didn't have eyes that I could see, but I could feel it staring at me. And this is what I called the bad thing. The bad thing was much more powerful than anything I'd ever experienced. My mom coined it the hallway walker because she said she could hear it pacing the hallway at night. I quickly moved out of the renovated garage as my bedroom, or moved out into it, rather. We had walled it in, added a window, added insulation and drywall. It was like any other room in the house, and it was huge. It was a kid's dream space. It was also generally free from the entities, and for some reason they stayed at the other end of the house, and I was grateful for this. The bad thing had this ability to play back her voices. I remember sitting in the living room with my mom being the only one in the home, and we heard my voice from her bedroom saying, "Mommy, come here." We both looked at each other and she shook her head. Behind her, you'll never guess who was standing there. Tommy. He did the same as her. He shook his head back and forth slowly. "Mommy," we heard, "I need you." Our show was paused and we sat in complete silence. I watched Tommy walk down the hall toward her bedroom, and we heard it a third time. "Mommy, And then it stopped. I don't know what Tommy did, but he stopped it. We felt the air shift, and we both took a deep breath. "Do you think it's gone?" I asked her. "For now," she told me. And she was right, it was gone, but it always came back. This is just one example. We heard our own and each other's voices all the time. I was constantly keeping tabs on where everyone was in the house. I don't want to know what would have happened if I had listened and followed it somewhere alone. By the time I was a freshman in high school, which is 2012-2013, I spent my ride home from school playing that stepdad was already passed out in the recliner, or praying. It was a good night if he was, and sure, we would tiptoe, keep to our rooms, but at least I didn't have to deal with him yelling, cussing, and hitting things. I feel ya. On the unlucky nights, we did have to endure his drunken stupors. It seemed the bad thing would be more active. He'd show up around corners, talk more, move things, and generally cast a dark, heavy cloud over the house, much like the twisty man. He had a talent for sucking all the happiness out of an area. But on nights like these, Tommy would be there, always silent, letting me know that it would be okay. My other best friend, who later became my college roommate and godmother of my son, was over one night. Stepdad was God knows where, doing God knows what, but it had been a good night. We'd rented movies, waited for my dog to stop barking, eating more than our fill of pizza. We'd spent the last couple of hours talking about boys and gossip. She went to the bathroom, and when she came back, she seemed uneasy. I asked what was wrong, and, dude, what's up with your stepdad? Where did he go anyway? I looked out the window of my room, which overlooked the driveway. Truck wasn't there. Still gone, I told her. No, I just saw some guy in your kitchen, and he was wearing a suit, she told me. Then she went on to describe Tommy to a T. A few minutes later, we heard the front door bang open and my stepdad stumble in throughout the house. He finally grumbled his way to his and my mom's bedroom and slammed the door. That was him, I told her. Then who the fuck did I see in your kitchen? She asked. I explained the whole thing to her, knowing that Tommy had always been there to guard me and seemed to show up whenever I needed protection or comfort. Oh, like an angel. Cool. That's all she said. She went on to see him for about 4 more times when we lived together. I also had 3 other friends who stayed over describing the man they saw, sitting at the table on the couch and leaning against a doorway, all with the same description of the middle-aged man with brown hair and eyes and a dark blue suit. On the last night, I truly didn't know if I'd make it out of that house. We refer to it as the last night because it was the last night that we had to see Stepdad. I was 16 and I was done. The situation with him had just hit a breaking point. What was once just him stomping around and being intimidating to assert his dominance had turned into something physical. Side note for anybody hearing this story, if you do share this, please don't stay just because it isn't physical. If they're acting like that, it will escalate at some point. Just because it's all been verbal until this point doesn't mean it won't absolutely change in the future. Get out before it does. Pretty good advice. On this night, the doors were all locked. He'd taken our phones and he was marching back and forth spewing nonsense about how he demanded respect. I snuck my sister into my room and hid her in my closet. I barricaded the bedroom door and I put headphones on her and played her favorite songs on my iPod so she couldn't hear him banging and yelling for me to open up and to come out. Part of me was so tired. Part of me wanted to just give him what he wanted. Part of me thought that even if the worst happened, I'd finally be free of this. So tired I didn't want to be unalived, which I truly believe to this day that's how the night should have ended. But I just couldn't do it anymore. But then I saw Tommy. He pointed to the drawer on my vanity. It hardly ever went in there, and it had become my junk drawer. What? I asked. He pointed again. I sighed and walked over to it, still hearing the banging and yelling on my door. Sitting there on the top of my journals and old Camp Pen Pal letters was my cell phone. The very cell phone that had been confiscated earlier in the night. To this day, I have no idea how it got in that drawer. It wasn't the first time things had seemed to teleport in that house, though. But it was the first time I was so grateful for the weird shit I'd experienced my whole life. I took it out and I called my aunt. I don't really know why, but she was the first one I thought of. She worked with law enforcement and I knew that she would know what to do. She always did. She called the police on my uncle's phone and they were there within minutes. I brought my sister out of the closet so we could watch our stepdad finally be arrested for the 6 years of hell that we'd gone through. I hugged her and looked over her shoulder to make eye contact with Tommy again. "Thank you," I told him. After it was just the three of us in the house, bills got to be a lot. My mom was a teacher, after all, and really wasn't lucrative even in 2015. I had a cousin who had just had a bad breakup and needed a fresh start. She lived about 15 hours away. She was 26 at the time. She and my mom decided that she would move in and help out with us girls and pay a small amount of the rent. That way it would wind up being beneficial to everyone. So she came to live with us. She moved into the room that, had been mine initially, beside the bathroom. I remember after a few weeks of her living there, she'd asked me, "Did you ever sleep with the door open when you stayed in my room?" I laughed and told her, "Hell no. Why?" She'd asked me, "Did it stare at you all night too, the shadow thing?" Once stepdad left, the activity did die down a lot, but it was still prevalent. I remember one time I got home from school and my friend had dropped me off and my cousin's car was in the driveway. I'd come inside, called out her name, and I'd heard her voice say, "Back here," clear as day. I had something I'd wanted to tell her, so I'd practically sprinted to her room only to find it empty. Thought maybe she was in my mom's room, the bathroom, my sister's room, or I searched. She was nowhere. I was annoyed. Thought that she was hiding from me. I called her and she sounded confused. "I'm at the grocery store with your mom." "What are you on about?" "We'll be home in like 20 minutes. We're about to check out." I'd heard her voice call to me, but she wasn't there, and whatever had used her voice had gotten me in the house alone. I felt the air grow cold and ran into the front yard, passing Tommy on the way. He was passing me in the hall on his way to her room. Didn't even stay to see what was going to happen. I sat in the driveway until they got home. Things went on like this for the next maybe year and a half. During this time, my cousin had moved in with her now wife, and my now dad had moved in. He's a fantastic guy. He adopted me a couple of years ago, and I may have been 24, married, and a mom, but it was important for me that he is my dad legally. He's in my heart anyway. We sold that house the summer before I went to college, and we all moved across the state. We all needed a fresh start. We needed out of that town that held so many horrible memories. We needed to be able to go out in public without watching over our shoulders. So I chose where I wanted to go, and they moved too. They lived about 45 minutes from the university, which was pretty nice. I was able to go and see them on weekends, but still have my independence. Having my independence and safety, though, turned out to be a curse as much as it was a blessing. Now that I was finally safe, my mind decided I was in a place to process some of the trauma I'd experienced when I was younger. I started remembering things that had been pushed to the back of my mind and tucked away. I was waking up nightly screaming. Every night, Tommy was at the foot of my bed staring at me with his big brown soft eyes until my breathing calmed and I could sleep again, even though that was the last thing I wanted to do. Having these night terrors invaded every aspect of my life. My grades fell, I wasn't doing the best of my job, and it had been weeks since I'd slept well. The last straw was when I was horsing around with a friend from our friend group. It was my best friend from before, another girl, two of our best guy friends, and myself all in our dorm. I'd taken something from one of our guy friends as a joke and was dangling it around, teasing him. He was reaching for it, trying to get it back, and somehow I ended up pinned between him and a wall. It wasn't being violent at all, just playful, but something about that, though, sent me off. I don't even remember what happened. I just remember coming to, crouched on the floor, and they were all looking at me very concerned. They told me I'd started crying, shouting nonsense, and hyperventilating. The next day, my best friend and the guy friend I'd been playing with brought me to the counseling center. It was then that I started to see a therapist. We talked through it and I started anxiety medication not long after, and life was good. Still had my nightmares, but they were getting further and further apart. Tommy was always there at night to sit on the foot of my bed and look at me until I fell back asleep. Knowing that he was there did make me feel better. I saw him one more time while I was in college after the nightmare stopped. I was pumping gas at a gas station about a quarter-mile away from the university. It was the last building before a long bridge and then our school. I had just gotten back to my car when a guy around my age came up to my passenger window holding his student ID. "Hey, ma'am," he said to me. "I know this is weird, but I really need to ride. I need to ride back to school. My friends ditched me, and I see your parking pass. Are you going back right now?" My window was down slightly because it was a nice night, and at least down far enough for me to hear him. Not enough for me to, or rather for him to reach inside, so... Honestly, he was kind of cute and he seemed genuine. I was about to say yes when I made eye contact with someone in my back seat. It startled me. It was Tommy, and he was shaking his head at me. I turned back to the guy who was reaching for my passenger door handle, and I felt a firm grip on my shoulder and made eye contact with Tommy one more time. He had a serious look in his face. He was shaking his head even harder. I said, "No, sorry," locked the doors, sped away, and could hear him shouting at me as I pulled out. Held my breath the whole way. I could feel the hand on my shoulder the whole time, and when I put my car in park, I collapsed onto my steering wheel and sucked in a deep breath. My lungs were burning at that point. I felt the hand leave and looked into the rearview mirror. The back seat was empty. I spent the next few hours in what felt like a whirlwind. I moved cities, transferred schools, got engaged and married, even had a baby. Tommy would show up randomly when I'd have nightmares, and a couple of times when loved ones sadly passed. The night my uncle, who was one of my only positive male role models, so we were close. When they passed, my phone rang. It was my mom. I looked over and I saw Tommy on the couch by me, looking at me sadly. He knew before I did. He was there until my husband got home a few minutes later. Occasionally, Tommy would show up just to check on me, it seems. My husband had seen him a couple of times, but he was cool with it. He's had his own experiences with the paranormal and believed me right away. The first time he saw him, it was after a nightmare. I woke up to Tommy on the foot of my bed, and a minute later my husband jumped up out of the bed and said, "What the fuck?" Honestly, can't blame him. But I explained everything. He took it surprisingly well, considering there was just a man in his bed. One day, we're in the car. I'd run into the store to grab a few things while he sat in the car keeping the heater on. When I got out, he told me, "Hey, your friend came to for a visit or something." Must have looked confused because he said, "Your ghost friend Tommy, he was in the back seat. I just said that you weren't here right now, and I also told him that you were safe and thanks for taking care of you all those years." He kind of just stared at me for a minute and then went away. That was the last time either of us saw Tommy for a year or so. The next time, and the last time, was right after I had my son. He was maybe 2 or 3 weeks old at that point, and I was walking to the nursery to check on him. I stopped short because standing over the crib was a man in a dark blue suit. He turned to look at me and looked like he had tears in his eyes. He looked between my son and me a couple times and gave me a smile. "He's cute, isn't he?" I asked. "You aren't leaving, are you? I mean, I'll still see you, right?" He just looked at me. "Thanks for keeping me safe," I told him. He looked back at my son, looked at me like how a parent looks at their child as they cross the sort of graduation stage. He seemed proud of me, but he didn't answer. The look he gave made my heart swell, something deep down, like I knew that would be the last time I saw his kind brown eyes. Then my son cried, and I tore my gaze away from the man who had kept me safe my whole childhood. When I looked back to the space where Tommy had been, he was gone. There have been times where I think maybe I made it all up. Maybe Tommy was like my way of coping. Maybe he was part of a decades-long psychosis or a trauma-induced apparition. But then I think of all the other people who saw him too. Maybe he was really there. Maybe he was an ancestor of mine. Maybe he was a guardian angel. All I know is I don't think I'd be here today if it wasn't for my imaginary friend. I'm 26 now, and I have 2 loving parents who are the best grandparents ever. I have a husband who I love more than anything, and an almost 3-year-old who keeps me on my toes. He's so smart, gives me the best hugs. He's growing into such a funny kid, and I love being his mom. Haven't seen Tommy since that day, but sometimes I think I can feel a hand on my shoulder or eyes watching me the way that he always would. Lately, my son's been smiling and waving at the dark hallway and talking to someone in his closet. He calls him Blue Man. Never seems afraid, and maybe it's an imaginary friend. Maybe he has his own guardian angel, or maybe, just maybe, Tommy kept me safe as long as he could. Now he's watching over my baby. If it really is him, I know he's in good hands. A Malaysian Chinese ghost story. This happened in the late 1990s to me. During the Asian financial crisis, the lack of jobs caused me to move out of my hometown of Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I moved north along the Penang to start my career as an accountant, Will Dell. Maybe with Dell? I rented a room with an old lady in an old part of Penang called Gelugor. Imagine an area with old Chinese and English colonial houses, many of which being well over 100 years old. So, Penang is an island that was colonized by the British government in the 1800s. Malaysia is in the Southeast Asia just above Singapore. Being a young person and Dell going through an exciting startup stage in Asia, the work was pretty interesting, but it was also demanding. It's not uncommon for me to work at the Dell headquarters and return home past midnight. In Chinese culture, there's a ghost festival called the Hungry Ghost Festival. This occurs in August, and the story goes that ghosts and our ancestors come and visit the living during this period, and we often put out food for them. Anyway, one night when I was working late a few days before the start of the festival, I encountered this strange event. I usually parked my car across the road from the house where I was renting a room. When I got out of my car, I saw this very old man with dark, weathered skin, slowly cycling towards me. Now, this was very late in a very quiet part of town, and in my many months of me working late, I've never encountered a single person this late in the day. This was so unusual to start with, and then he stopped in front of me and spoke. Hokkien. Hokkien. A local Chinese dialect which I was still trying to pick up then. I didn't quite understand him, so I answered my standard way in such encounters in Penang by asking whether he was conversing in Mandarin, the official Chinese language, and instead he asked if I could understand English, which I then replied that I could. As clear as today, he asked the following question in English. Do you know where people go die? I remember being shocked and stammered back with an apology and replied that I didn't know. With that, he nodded and nonchalantly cycled slowly away. I quickly entered my house, the full sense of shock hitting me and noticing that I was precisely almost midnight then. Locked myself into my room, peeking out into the street with a pounding heart. Took some time before I could get to sleep, and to this day I can't fathom whether that was really something paranormal. For another year of working very late many days, I've never encountered another soul whenever I return home. Let me get this straight. It was Ghost Festival time, and you bumped into somebody that asked where dead people go. My apartment might be haunted. In August, I made the big move from the East Coast to the West Coast. I managed to find a decent apartment in a not-so-great area, but I was excited at least to settle in. My friend agreed to be my roommate, so I moved in a week early. first few nights felt off. Kinda was getting this eerie sense that somebody was watching me. And every night around 2:30 a.m., I'd hear footsteps. I brushed it off as stress from the move, thinking maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. When my roommate arrived, things seemed normal for about a week. Then one night we both heard tapping and footsteps at the same time. We chalked it up to noisy neighbors upstairs, but for me, things got a little weirder. The doors started shutting off on their own. One time while I was in the bathroom with the door wide open, it suddenly slammed shut. Figured it was just a draft or maybe the door was heavy. But when I opened it again, it stayed perfectly still. Another time, while I was in my room playing video games, my door just shut by itself. I brought it up to my roommate and he was pretty dismissive, but he seemed that he would often hear odd sounds late at night again, precisely around 2:30 a.m. And on top of all of this, I've been feeling like unusually drained. My girlfriend and I fight more often when we're at my place over small, insignificant things. It's like a cloud of negativity has settled over me and I can't shake it. This never used to happen. So, what should I do? I don't really like feeling this way, and I certainly don't want to be, keep up the crankiness. Stalked in the woods. A couple of days ago, my boyfriend and I went camping in East Germany. We had found an incredible spot to set up our tent. It was right by a river in the woods. We parked the car about 20 meters away from us behind a bush. After we set everything up, we sat by the river and enjoyed the sunset. It was getting darker and we could hear the animals around us getting more active. We were well aware that we would hear some creepy noises at night. Anyway, my boyfriend decided to bring our food to the car to not attract any more animals at night, so I stayed at our spot enjoying the view. As soon as he walked out to the car, this strange feeling got to me. A feeling of fear and alertness. I kept checking on my boyfriend, who jokingly said something like, "Please keep looking after me," which is also untypical for him. Maybe it's worth to mention that neither him nor I are easily scared. We're both tough and had a knife with us too. When he got back to our spot, he kneeled down next to me and said, "I heard something really heavy walking in those woods." I thought he was joking, trying to scare me, but he was serious. I could see how uneasy he was, and he said that we should have a look with the knife and flashlights. So we did. About halfway to the car, I could hear it too. Some really heavy footsteps. First I thought, oh, well, a deer. But not soon after, I noticed that it clearly sounded like bipedal footsteps. In that moment, I got the chills and I felt an insane moment of panic. We stood there, frozen, staring into the woods. When we moved, it moved. When we stood still, it stood still. It clearly mocked our steps that went on for about 2 minutes. We've had enough. I rushed back to the tent as my boyfriend stood guard with the knife on hold. I grabbed everything valuable and necessary and we rushed to the car. As I grabbed the stuff, I could still hear it moving in the bushes. As soon as we were in the car, we locked the door and drove off to gain some distance. We parked the car in the parking lot and talked about what had just happened. My boyfriend said that when he bought the food to the car, he already had a weird gut feeling of something or someone lurking. The reason for him asking me to keep checking on him. As soon as he had heard the steps, he said he literally got chills down his whole spine. He also saw some sort of vague outline of something, but couldn't identify anything really. He's never felt more altered and panicked his whole life. Neither did I. It was pure survival and gut instincts to get away from whatever it was in the bush. He slept in the car that night. Now he thinks it was a creepy human who was up to no good. I think it was, well, at least a possibility. But I think it might be something different. Do you guys have any ideas on what might have been apart from it being human? We don't have any large predators in Germany, only wolves, which they're pretty rare, and they're not bipedal. Bride's Pool. Nestled within the scenic Plover Cove Country Park in the New Territories, Bride's Pool is a picturesque waterfall with a tragic history that's given rise to one of Hong Kong's most chilling urban legends. It was during a stormy evening many years ago when a young bride was being carried to her wedding in a traditional sedan chair. Sedan? Like a car? The path to her groom's home was treacherous, made more perilous by the heavy rain. As the porters struggled to navigate the slippery trail, one of them lost his footing. The bride, still seated in the chair, was hurled into the pool below. Despite frantic efforts to save her, the waters claimed her, and her body was never found. In memory of the tragic event, the family was named Bride's Pool, or rather the place. The name serves as a somber reminder of the young bride's untimely fate, forever linking the serene waters with sorrow and loss. Locals and visitors alike have reported eerie encounters at Bride's Pool. Some say the bride's restless spirit lingers in the water, forever searching for her lost love. On misty nights, sightings of a woman in a red cheong sam, a traditional attire meant to empower the spirit for revenge, brushing her hair by the pool. This has been reported. Her mournful presence casts a shadow over the otherwise tranquil scenery. Adding to the location's sinister reputation is Bride's Pool Road, a nearby roadway notorious for frequent accidents. Many vehicles involved in these crashes are curiously red, echoing the color of the bride's cheongsam. It's said that the spirit's unrest may influence the mishaps, as if seeking vengeance or recognition. The government, aware of the area's flooding risk, has refrained from building direct trails to Bride's Pool. Visitors must brave the climb up the stream bed to reach the falls, adding an element of surprise and danger and adventure to the journey. The isolation of the pool contributes to its eerie atmosphere, particularly for those who dare to visit after dark. Despite the ghostly tales, Bride's Pool remains a popular destination. It's known for its 15-meter waterfall and clear plunge pool. It stands as a testament to the beauty of nature intertwined with the poignant echoes of a haunted past. This is very AI-sounding. In the bustling cityscape of modern Hong Kong, tales of Bride's Pool and its haunted past remain a tragic, or rather topic, of intrigue and fear. Despite the chilling legends, the natural beauty of the place continued to draw visitors, including thrill seekers and those curious about the supernatural. Mai Ling, an adventurous young woman with a fascination for urban legends, decided to visit Bride's Pool with her friends one weekend. They planned a hiking trip to the scenic waterfall, eager to see if the stories held any truth. Equipped with cameras and a sense of excitement, they made their way to Plover Cove County Park. Plover Cove. The hike was challenging. No direct trails leading to the pool. They had to climb up the stream bed, which added to the sort of sense of adventure. As they approached Bride's Pool, the serene sound of the waterfall grew louder, and the beauty of the place took their breath away. As they set up a picnic near the water, Mai Ling couldn't shake off the feeling of being watched. She chalked it up to nerves, but the sensation persisted. She decided to explore the area alone, her curiosity getting the better of her. Wandering along the edge of the pool, Mai Ling noticed a subtle drop in temperature. Despite the sunny day, the air around the water felt strangely cold. She shivered and continued her walk, her eyes scanning for any sign of the supernatural. Suddenly, she heard a faint sound, almost like a whisper. She paused, trying to locate the source. The whispering grew louder, and she realized it was coming from the water. Peering into the pool, she saw a ripple disturb the surface, as if something had moved beneath it. Her heart raced as she saw the figure of a woman in a red cheongsam emerging from the depths. The woman's hair was wet, clinging to her pale face. Mai Ling's breath caught in her throat as the woman's sorrowful eyes locked onto hers. It was the bride, the spirit from the legend. In a trance, Mai Ling felt herself drawn toward the water. Just as she was about to step in, a strong hand grabbed her shoulder and pulled her back. It was her friend, Wei, who had come looking for her. "What are you doing?" Wei asked, his voice filled with concern. Mai Ling blinked, snapping out of the trance. The apparition was gone, and the water was calm once more. Trembling, she recounted what she had seen. Wei, sensing the seriousness of the situation, suggested that they leave immediately. As they packed up and hurried back, the unease didn't leave Mai Ling. She could still feel the bride's eyes watching her. They reached the end of the trail just as the sun began to set, leaving the haunted pool behind. Back in the safety of her home, Mai Ling researched the legend in more detail. She discovered that the spirit of the bride was said to seek vengeance on those who disturbed her rest. The red cheongsam, traditionally worn for weddings and things of the sort, they're also believed to be worn by those who seek revenge from the afterlife. Though Mai Ling's encounter left her shaken, she shared her story in a warning to others. The legends of Bride's Pool were not just stories. They were a reminder of the tragic past that lingered and of spirits that still roamed the waters, waiting for the next unsuspecting visitor. Fingers crossed for no AI in the next one. I guess I'm going crazy. New guy here. Well, I never imagined there'd be a subreddit of this type since I don't use Reddit a lot, but let's say my name is Hyuga. I've had schizophrenia from a very young age. I didn't realize what it was till I was about 15. I'm the type of guy who gets mad when I get scared, so I guess it never really bothered me a lot. But after all these years now, I know if what I see is actually in my head or happening in real life. First time I had an actual paranormal encounter was during my maternal uncle's wedding. I was like 12 or something, I don't really remember much. But I had had exams the next day, and it was an hour drive from the wedding to my school. In our tradition, both the bride and groom host the wedding party in their respective homes during the day, and at nighttime the families and friends of the groom go to the bride's place and pick her up after some rituals. Only if not done in a marriage hall. So I had exams. I stayed back with my mom and a few others. I don't remember the time, but it was well past midnight. I was alone in my room, so I pretended to study and I was playing games on my mom's phone. The windows were open and so were the doors, but there were people all around, and that's when I heard it. Somebody called me by my actual name. Everybody in my mom's place called me by my nicknames, and nobody would ever call me by my real name. I didn't pay much attention, and I was gaming. That one voice kept calling my name, and it was coming from the window. I checked it just to find no one. Soon after I looked away from the window, the voice starts coming from another window. When I checked the window out there was no one. Had an urge to go outside, but I'm not too dumb to go. I don't recall what happened after that, though. Second, that happened when I was 14. And actually, a lot happened when I was 14. My schizophrenia worsened due to me constantly using drugs. There's a small and a broken clubhouse a few shops away from my school in the weekly marketplace. Me and my friends used to smoke there to hide from people. That day I was alone, so I stayed by the corner and I started smoking. That's where no one could see me. The walls were a little bit broken, the window and doors only had their frames. It was around noon and I'd heard somebody call my name again. It was a whisper, and I heard it say, Hyuga. Hyuga Kesa. Kesa refers to, like, whatever you're having at the time. It might be coffee or food or even a cigarette or a bottle of beer. I was shocked and scared, thinking somebody found me smoking. Quickly threw the cigarette away and looked around to see who it was. Surprisingly, there was no one. Normally there's people bringing water to their cows and goats during this time, but that time there was no one. And when I say no one, there was literally no one. The walls were broken, so I could see the other side too. I thought it was my head and got back to smoking another cigarette. Heard the same whisper. Said the same thing. I ignored it and I felt like the whisper was coming close to me. That's when I decided it was time to wrap it up and leave. So I did. Every now and then I keep hearing voices and I see stuff around me. But I know it's all in my head no matter what I see or hear because I don't feel any kind of presence. Third time I actually saw a dead person. The person nearby my home has just passed away due to an old age, and a week later his wife also passed away due to the death of her beloved. I know people's names and faces, but somehow I always manage to forget them. Like I knew this person died, but I forget what they looked like. During this time, we used to go jogging as early as 3 a.m. with my friends. I used to go just so I could smoke peacefully in the morning. So this happened a week later and the lady died. I got dressed up, my dad unlocked the gate and went back to sleep. Brought my lighter and cigarettes with me and started walking. I only went to smoke, so I never really, jogged as much. After walking past a few homes, I meet the lady, I hide my cigarette, and I greet her. I forgot that she had passed away, and I continued to walk past her. She just looked at me, smiled, and walked past. Thought I got ignored, so I continued smoking. After passing a few homes, I remembered her name. I remembered that she was no more. I was scared and annoyed at the same time. The scared I get equals the angrier I get. I decided to look back, and sure enough, she wasn't there. I decided to fuck it and sprint straight to my friends. This is my last and latest encounter from the last year. My grandpa's younger brother, also my grandpa, passed away. In our tradition, all the family members except the far-related children fast for the first 3 days. After the first 3 days, we burn the body. We're allowed to eat one meal at a time. Only boiled food with no oil or anything. Whatever we eat has to be boiled for the next 4 days. After the 4 days, depending on the family, you get to eat twice a day, except for the direct family members. Only boiled food until either 14 days after the person has passed or 17 days or even a month depending on the family's decision. No meat is allowed during these days and all food has to be boiled only. I broke this rule on the 14th day. We were supposed to wait 17 days. No. I went out with a very close friend of mine to buy him a laptop. Well, that's nice. And while returning back, we stopped by a cafe. The food was too tempting, and I decided to break the tradition, and after the 17th day, we feed everyone who attend the rituals, and on the 18th, we feed everyone who helped with the work and rituals. That day, we were fed mutton. After the dinner, it was only 8 p.m., and everyone was sitting by the yard talking about stuff. I was out on the street talking to a friend about a ride the next day. My place is next to the place of my grandpa's death. The street was dark, and I was alone talking to my friend about where we were going to go for a drink. After a few moments, I hear someone cutting a bamboo tree. There was a bamboo grove behind me, so I thought somebody was actually cutting it. We absolutely do not cut any kind of plant after dark, and we forgot about it. Sounds grew more and more loud. I asked my friends if he had some noise in the background. He said no. So I just looked back, and there was no one, turned back again to continue the conversation. This time, the eye hearing sounds again, but only louder, every second. felt something really heavy on my back, as if someone was pulling me down. I was scared to look behind, so I didn't. After a few moments, I felt a cold hand near my cheek. I turned around and the voices and the presence was gone. So I ran straight to my uncle, got the keys from him, and ran straight to my room. We were taught since a young age that no harmless spirit will ever approach you, and if something approaches you, it's probably not the best idea to find out what it is. So that's what I do a lot. Saved or just lucky? A few years back, my boyfriend and I were in a bad accident. I was driving my Jeep Cherokee and we stopped for gas, and I thought I heard a whisper say, "back tire." I cocked my head and stopped, listening for it to repeat. It did. I told my boyfriend. He shrugged and said that we'd get it looked at tomorrow. We filled the tank, hopped on the interstate, just headed a couple exits down to the hotel. It was dark and just starting to rain when we hit a puddle and pretty much just hydroplaned. I'm a pretty experienced defensive driver, so I let slowly off the gas and steered through. We headed for the center wall. I turned the wheel and overcorrected, and I did this in time. We didn't hit the wall. We spun around a few times across the highway, but when the Jeep stopped, we were in the shoulder facing oncoming traffic. I was looking at headlights coming down the highway. I took a breath and looked to my boyfriend before we could say anything. The world went dark. Suddenly, we were flipping tail over nose. Wrapped my arms and knees around the steering wheel and held on. I had my eyes open the whole time, but I saw none of the headlights I had seen a few minutes ago. It was like someone wrapped me in a blanket, an oddly warm and protected feeling. I'm not gonna lie, I was scared as hell, but I knew I would be alright. When we stopped flipping, we were upside down, still in the shoulder. One of the cars had come past as we were flipping. One of the first passerbys stopped and said that she saw the whole thing. From her point of view, we drifted toward the center wall, turned suddenly and spun 3 times toward the shoulder, then flipped 4 times, tail over nose. She thought we would have been dead. We were both fine, not even a scratch from broken glass. When we inspected the Jeep the next day, all the side windows were intact and rolled up, and the roof was crushed to the seats. The windshield and back window were shattered. One back tire was blown. I still get cold chills thinking about that night. I absolutely refused to drive in bad weather or darkness. Do you think we were saved by something, or was my choice of vehicle what kept us safe? They do have a roll bar, which definitely saved you. Unexplained knocking. So this actually freaked me out when it happened. A couple of days ago, I was in the bathroom doing bathroom things. Elegant. Door was closed. My brother and I are just talking through it, and that's while he feeds the cats. I hear him walk away, and maybe 5 to 10 seconds later I hear 2 distinct knocks on the door. 2 quick raps. Knock, knock. Immediately I say, "What?" No response, so I repeat myself louder. "What?" Thought it was my brother. He acts deaf sometimes, so after no response again, I yelled, "What?" Then I hear him from across the house, asking something along the lines of what or what did I say? Immediately I'm like, what the fuck? If he's in the kitchen, who knocked? I yelled to him, asked if it was him that knocked, and he says no. I mentioned in other posts that my brother, who's 16, is not a prankster. He doesn't play jokes or mess around, despite being a 16-year-old boy, so he says he didn't do something. I tend to believe it. I'm freaking out at this point and leave the bathroom. Then I spend, Luke 5 minutes messing around with the bathroom door and try to debunk it. He's a skeptic and realist, whatever you want to call it. So mind you, we were home alone. We would just get home from school. Mom and stepdad at work, youngest brother at biological dad's place. It was just us 2. We have pets, but a human knuckle knocking and a cat paw or dog paw against the door are very different sounds. This was a human. We tried to figure out what it could be. I was kind of low-key panicking, but couldn't think of anything except him thinking I'm crazy and me convinced even more that we have ghosts. Can someone help? So I wanted to start by saying that I lived in Hemet my whole life. I recently moved out and I've been thinking about all of the paranormal things I've experienced. This one has to top the creepiest, and I wanted to share it with you guys to maybe see if you guys have seen this thing before or have heard of it. It was the summer of 2019. I had just graduated. Spent a lot of time with my friends driving around at night, and, well, one night my friend A, who I'm going to call Adam, was driving me home. We were having a good time listening to music and talking. My house was in this neighborhood that was literally a full rectangle, so in order to get to my house, you'd have to take a right, a left, then another left, and boom, my house would be in the middle on the left. So, my friend's driving, she takes a right, and at the very end of the street was this tall, lanky, gray, hunched-over creature, but it's running. While it's running, it turns left down the next street. At this point, A and I look at each other and ask each other what the hell that was. She continues to drive. She took the next left, and we see it again, but further now, taking another left toward my house. We both began to flip out, not knowing what it was, creeped out, but also curious. As we made the final left turn toward my house, it was no longer there. We took a couple laps around my block to see if we could find it again, but nothing and nobody was there. I've heard of skinwalkers looking like, well, sort of like that, but it looked like the werewolf from Harry Potter the way it ran. Still creeps me out to this day. Does anybody know what it could have been or seen something similar? I think a spirit was trying to reach out to me. Recently, my family and I, 21-year-old female, stayed in a small house in rural Ireland that we booked an Airbnb. We traveled maybe 2 hours to get there, and on the way to the house, my mom got a call from the owner. She got a call about where she left the keys for us. She mentioned that it was her parents' house, and after they passed, she couldn't bring herself to sell it. So she rents it to holiday goers. Cool. Never thought anything else of it again. We arrived late that evening, and I was pretty tired. So after we went for a meal, I went up to bed around 11:30. It was a beautiful old house, and I didn't get any bad vibes. I fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow, basically. But this is where it gets weird. Around 4:30 a.m., I wake up and instantly I just feel this very uneasy feeling. Went on my phone until around 5, decided I should get back to sleep. But when I lay down, I started getting these loud thoughts in my head. The names Bobby and Grace were repeating constantly in my head. They were so loud that I couldn't get back to sleep. Just Grace, Bobby, Bobby, Grace, over and over until I eventually fell back asleep. We went out for drinks the next evening. I was telling my sister what had happened and how weirded out I was by it. Later that evening, when we got back to the house, we sat in the kitchen all night playing cards. At one point, I went to the one cupboard to look for something, and I found this huge old Bible. Like it was ancient and really freaky looking. We looked through the pages filled with what we assumed were previous owners' signatures, some dating back to as far as the 1920s. After about 15 minutes, we flicked to a page and signed at the bottom as Robert. Let's say the last name was Mills, and it said Boston, 1935. Then it clicked. Bobby is short for Robert. Wasn't even one signature. There were so many pages with that name written on it. We freaked out, put the Bible back where I found it. Never found the name Grace, but I'd like to know if this is just a weird coincidence. I don't know really what to think, so if anybody could shed some light on this experience, I'd appreciate it. I saw a ghost for the first time. Can anyone offer me some insight? I, a 23-year-old female, am just back from a trip to Krakow. I had an amazing time. Whoa. Sorry, that's a brutal sentence. If you're older than 23, that's a brutal sentence. It's a beautiful city rich with wartime history. During World War II, the city was divided into quarters, two of which being the Jewish quarter and later on the ghetto, established in 1941 just outside of the city center. This is the area in which we were staying. After spending our first day in the old town, I decided to get an early night as we had a long day of traveling. Despite being extremely tired, I had a very broken night's sleep. After managing to fall into a deep sleep, I woke up around 2 and I was shocked at what I encountered. My boyfriend was sleeping beside me in bed and I was facing his back. As my eyes slowly drifted open, I noticed what looked like a small girl, maybe 6 or 7, lying between us in bed. She was facing me. Both of her hands covered her face, almost as if she was playing peekaboo. Couldn't see her features, but I could see her blonde hair, and it was cut in a bob style, with a short fringe across her forehead. For what I could make out, she wasn't wearing any clothes, and her hands small and pale, and when I fully awoke, I realized what I was seeing. I turned to the other side of the bed. I wasn't really afraid, but I didn't want to look at her. It was as if she was hiding. I didn't speak about her to my boyfriend or anyone else the whole trip, as I was afraid that mentioning her would make her appear again. I didn't feel like having another nightly visit. I just want to know why she would appear to me, especially in that pose. It's like she didn't want to be seen. One can only imagine. See ya. Join Paranormal M where mystery and the eerie come together. Subscribe and turn on notifications for updates on our newest spine-chilling stories. Brace yourself for a thrilling ride. I can't stop seeing them. I've been seeing a black mass lately. They emanate from my walls and they run out of the corner of my eye. I've been taking anti-anxiety and antidepressants since 6th grade. Recently, around 6 years later, I've been able to start dropping some of my medications. I used to these masses, whatever that might mean, when I was younger, but not a lot. I can have very many predictive dreams, some I can remember and some I can't, which always come to reality in some amount of time. My father's always told me stories about my grandmother and how she was a sensitive. I've never met her. She was terminally ill and passed when my father was 24, 16 years before my birth. She could hold any random object and tell you facts about it, and she was an overall feisty and spiritual person. Her baby picture and my own are almost identical. He says he can see his mother in me. My father has also said that he saw her out of the corner of his eye when my older sister and myself were born, 7 years apart. I've had incidents like the following. I was emptying her dishwasher and placed a drinking glass in the cabinet. Now, I'd like to state that the dishes were room temperature, so a temperature fluctuation wouldn't really make sense. I reached down to grab another and put it away, and when I put it down, the first glass exploded. It sent glass everywhere on the floor and all over me. I wasn't injured, thankfully, and my dad was in the kitchen as well and heard my scream. No one saw or heard the shatter, only me. Before I started my medication, when I was seeing the masses the first time, I woke up to see one. It was standing in front of my nightlight staring down at me, solid black and had a wavy silhouette. I dove under the covers and I said a prayer. It's important to know my family is not religious in any way, so it was me just rambling in my mind. Last night, June 9th, 2020, I saw masses coming out of my walls. Thought I saw one walk around the other side of my room. When I see them, I'm not scared, I'm confused and anxious, but I've never felt threatened. I want to understand more, but in a safe way. Before anybody says I should go back onto my medications, I'd like to state that I can't, for personal reasons. And I have to say that those medications can absolutely give you hallucinations, not discounting ghost stuff. Not surprised that the Pentagon confirmed UFO sightings because I've seen them too. Well, I'm actually surprised that the Pentagon would admit UFO sightings. But I'm not surprised that they're out there. I've seen 2 of them so far. One time when I was out camping with my family in the north of Idaho, then the Panhandle, it's a couple of years ago. My dad and I were the last 2 people up sitting around the campfire. When he looked up at the sky and he said, "Whoa, what is that?" I looked up and I saw this yellow light zigzagging along the sky. It was far too high up to be a drone, and it was making such quick back and forth motions across the sky, it seemed impossible for a human to be able to survive traveling like that. We both watched it until it went out of our eyesight. It seemed like maybe a minute or so, and we were able to watch it traveling like that. We both couldn't figure out what it might be. Perhaps an unmanned drone, but there aren't any large cities or anything for hours. We thought maybe it was some type of secret government test or something. Maybe that's why they were flying it out in the middle of nowhere last night, but let me know in the comments if you have any other ideas. The other sightings was at the 4th of July, a few years prior in southern Washington. It was near the Idaho border. Before the fireworks show started, my friends and I noticed this purple stationary light high up in the sky. Again, way too high to be a drone. It looked kind of like a star, only purple. We thought this was strange, commented on it throughout the night, and other people around us did too. But it stayed stationary throughout the fireworks show. But once the fireworks ended, it took off very quickly in a straight line and just zipped off out of our sight. My friends who were all with me, they all witnessed this as well, and none of us could figure out what it might have been. Both times I saw the UFOs, I was with someone else who saw it too, so I know it wasn't just me. The Black Cat. This was during a time that my parents got back together. They decided all of us are going to move to a new city from a small town. And it was apparently built on a graveyard, so that came with its own experiences. I was less enthusiastic about the move as I finally made a friend, and I had a boyfriend after 13 years of practically being alone. We moved into this house that was conjoined with another. It was a spacious house with 2 living rooms, a kitchen in the middle of the conjoined houses, and 2 bedrooms on the right and 3 bedrooms on the left. It was bigger than I was used to, growing up poor with just my mother, brother, and I, as my dad was barely around. We did what we could, and we were happy in our own little home, but here we would not find that same happiness. My brother's room on the right was fairly small, but interesting to note, it was carved and vandalized with symbols. Symbols I thought it was kind of cool to be able to write on the walls. Managed to convince my dad to let me do the same, and of course my brother didn't want none of that, so we repainted his walls, and apparently this was a mistake. As soon as we repainted his walls, things started happening. At first, it was small stuff being moved around, like causing bickering between members as to who was at fault. Then the anger and the fights broke loose almost every day, which resorted to screaming. With basically every scream, something would break as if the building tension was giving it strength. Then the black cat appeared and continued to show itself, but only to me. No one else knew of its existence. Every night before I closed my bedroom door, the black cat would appear as black as the moonless night. It would come from the living room through the hallway right up to my door before it looks up to me and disappears. I have been chosen. This happens for a while. It seems like tension was gone as long as I welcomed the cat. My mom has a blue ring-neck bird. She loved this bird, and apparently silently slept outside their room. But soon the silence would be forever, as this one particular night I did not welcome the cat to my room. That very night the bird had died, his neck broken like something tried to grab it from beyond its cage. We all woke to the shock and horror to the sight of my mom's beloved bird. She cried as she went to bury it, but all I could do was stand there frozen as the whisper echoed through my mind. This is a warning. Do not disappoint us again. Since then, until the day we moved, I welcomed the black cat. This is one of many experiences I've faced during my lifetime. I wish I could say that it was all made up, silly little fiction to scare people. But the stories I share are things I've lived through, many of them with witnesses of family members and friends. A man of science. So, to protect the privacy of certain individuals, I'll have to change some names. So when I was a sophomore in high school, there was this teacher named Mr. Peterson, basically the big science teacher that everybody wanted to have as their teacher. So, right before I took his class, my brother had told me to talk to him about this, rather about his take on the paranormal. So I did, and he kind of chuckled a bit and recognized my last name and knew my brother's. He started out by simply stating that as a man of science, he doesn't believe in the paranormal because he has no metric in which to test it. But he did state that he will never say it's not real. So anyway, a few weeks go on, and one day he calls me after class and asks me, did my brother ever tell me the story? I was intrigued. I told him I'd never heard it, and he smirked and explained that when he was a child, he had an imaginary friend that he met at a nearby lake named Thomas. He says he would play with him every day until one day his grandparents caught him at the lake and told him that he shouldn't be playing there. That's because that's where his grandfather's older brother died when they were children. Guess the brother's name. Thomas. Now, my teacher dismissed any concept of paranormal. His own father was named Thomas, which is how explained how he got his name. That is a strange sentence. And that he was a lonely child before his own brother was born. But then Mr. Peterson reached into his desk, pulled out a blueprint for the interior of a house. He told me 20 years ago when he first became a teacher, he had a religious student named Anna who believed that God granted her a psychic gift. Now, Mr. Peterson politely dismissed her, only got angry when she kept insisting that she was telling the truth. He had scolded her, and the next day received a call from her mother who insisted Anna was telling the truth and she wasn't crazy. Mr. Peterson explained he can't believe in that because there's no scientific proof. Well, Mother offered to prove it and invited him over to the house. She had given him the blueprint of the house and said that Anna was able to project herself throughout the house and can find things and see things. So, Peterson gave her a walkie-talkie. Sitting in her living room, he'd direct her, go to the kitchen with your mind, go here, go there, etc. To his surprise, no matter what trick he pulled, she always knew what was happening. Like he would hide a ball in different areas of the house, and after this, he was convinced something might be going on. So, every Friday he'd come sound or probably round, and they'd see what was what. Now, Anna had told him that there was a door located directly across from the basement door. Now, I saw the blueprint like I said, and there's no door and there's no room. Anna said was told never to open the door. Mr. Peterson eventually pushed her one day and said there were researchers and that if this door appears to her when she's projecting but doesn't show up in the physical world, that it's something of note. So, after a little bit of prodding, she finally opened the door. As Peterson said, there was a loud boom. The power went out in her house, and she suffered a seizure. She was hospitalized for 3 weeks. Her mother never really let her go back to school. And according to Peterson, she had taken her own life a few years later. But the crazy part was after her death, he was cleaning out the chemical closet and he found her hanging there. Excuse me. He literally ran up to get help, and when he got it, they found nothing there. Now he told me he obviously doesn't believe she had psychic abilities, but as a man of science, he couldn't find out what caused all the weirdness that happened that day. What place scared you or creeped you out so much that you had to leave? Mine was when I was in college in Maine. It was my first year of college, and it was at Sandy Point in Maine. It's a tiny town close to Bucksport, Maine. I used to go visit my parents on the weekends because I stayed in the dorms at school. So a reference to where the house was. There was this creepy little motel on a hill on the other side of the road, and you had to make a sharp right on their road and then another sharp right into their driveway. The house was really old. It was colored yellow and it had apple trees in the yard. First of all, let me say that Sandy Point was one of the creepiest towns I've ever been in. The feel was way off. Didn't matter day or night, you'd never really see anybody. I used to go out for walks at different times of the day and I never really ever saw anyone. And I always found that odd. So, to the house. You come up the steps into the house, you immediately enter the dining room. All the floors were very old wood floors. Straight ahead was the kitchen. To the right, stairs going up in the living room, which was always freezing cold. And that was also to the right. The door to the dirt floor basement was in the kitchen. So myself, my mom, we really never liked going into the basement. Felt way off. Felt like somebody watching you the whole time. I personally never liked the living room and didn't really feel right. The only person who seemed okay with it was my dad. Okay, let's get to the ghost. At night, I would always put my clothes out for the next day all together in a chair in the room. When I would wake up the next day, they would be placed all over the house, so I had to look for everything separately. I'd hear footsteps in the hallway at night. I would hear it come up the steps and then come down the hallway past my room toward my parents' room, then back towards mine, then stop. I would usually say hello because I'm the person who's usually up super late at night anyway. Then I would hear nothing, only to have woken up in the morning to have to go on a treasure hunt for my clothes. My mom was always creeped out in that place. And what sealed the deal with me was about, something going on coming from my dad. Happened a while I was at school during the week, and he's 100% somebody who is very skeptical of the paranormal. He told me he stayed home one day because he wasn't feeling well. He had stayed in bed and woke up to someone coming up the stairs outside. He heard the door open and somebody walk in. Thinking it was my mom home from work, he called out. Nothing. He heard footsteps in the dining room, and at this point he was out of bed. Called my mom's name again, nothing. Just as he came to the top of the stairs, he saw a man walk into the living room. My dad is somebody who does not mess around with anything like somebody breaking and entering. So, got his gun from their bedroom, proceeded down the stairs, telling whoever's in there that they'd better leave or they'd be shot. No one answered, so he did a sweep of the whole house, looked everywhere, all the rooms, the basement, outside, everything. There's just no one there. The man he saw, he only saw that he was in overalls and he had on boots. And he only says that the man's back was, visible as he entered the living room. They moved to Bangor soon after, which made me happy. I have other stories from there, but maybe another time. Sometimes investigations are hard to explain. In all my years of investigating, the experiences can be very hard to explain. It's very rare to see a full-body apparition. It is also rare to capture activity on still camera or on photos or video. The majority of the time, a haunting can be little more than sounds, feelings, and at times confusion. While investigating a location in Illinois, I asked questions like, when did this start, and has anybody been hurt? Most investigations may give some type of voice capture or peek around the corner form. On the investigation, nothing seemed amiss. I figure I would let the owner know that there was nothing here. Then everything changed. The house went silent, no HVAC sound, no ticking of a wall clock, nothing. Like a hearing test in a soundproof room. This is a very frightening feeling. I have no idea where I was, where to go, because I couldn't hear. That ended a few seconds later. Could have been hours for all I know. And there were sounds in each of the rooms, shuffling feet, hard-soled shoes walking, and when I reached a room, the sound would stop. This continued for a while, sound all around me, and nowhere at the same time. Like I felt watched, confused, and helpless. I tried to get my bearings, but I couldn't. I can hear, but not in the direction of the sounds. As soon as they began, they stopped, and I walked the entire hall with no further experience. Family told me afterwards that they'd heard whispers and footsteps, but what I encountered was well outside of something that simple. I've had similar experiences like this many times, some worse while others not quite as intense. Don't know what happened that night, but I also know that not all things can be explained. And I like how you spelled the soles of your shoes, like the soul of a person. Anyone else have any memories that couldn't be their own? I have a very clear memory, as clear as any of the others whirling around in my skull. I don't know if these memories originate from some forgotten movie I watched as a child, but this is doubtful because these memories are detailed and certain smells can trigger them. It begins as I pull up to a brownstone house, in what I believe to be in Detroit, Michigan. This is odd as I've only been to Detroit once. Basically just drove through. Pulled up at the house and I go in, and it's New Year's Eve. I don't know the year, but I assume by the vehicles parked along the street to be sometime maybe in the 1930s. As I walk in, children are running around. Inside the door, I'm looking at the staircase of dark-stained wood. I smell food cooking and somebody unseen smokes a pipe. Seems to be cherry tobacco. Nice. To my left, the vestibule is separated from the main room by a 3-piece door. There's stained glass on the door and 2 stained glass panels on each side. The door is propped open, and the living room is crowded with men and women dressed in suits and dresses. The men sit around the couch, and they stand around the room talking, smoking, and laughing occasionally. The ladies are all involved in the in and outs of helping the host prepare for the gathering. There's a general buzz of activity going on around me. I don't know anyone, and I'm dressed more casually than all of them. I feel a little bit ashamed. That's when a voice draws my attention to the staircase where the most beautiful woman I'd ever saw comes gracefully gliding down from the upper floor. She sees me and smiles. I smile too, and that's it. There's a brief memory of walking outside into the front stoop and looking down the road for 3 blocks or so, and all of that separates this idealistic residential street with its large shade trees lining either side from a heavy industrial section with smokestacks rising up here and there. But on this particular where I lost my spot, and I'm not going to stop the recording. Smokestacks rising up here and there, but on this day, the factory set were empty. And traffic is light. That's what they wrote. I assume for the holiday. If you're from Detroit or any of this, maybe it lights a candle in your mind. I'd love to know the street name, but I believe this marked my first date with my wife. Or his wife, I guess, and this is just information that drove into my mind at the time, and it was just first developing, so I don't know. But when these memories are triggered, they feel as if they're real and fresh as any others I have. Not sure what to believe on the subject of reincarnation, but if it turns out to be true, I know where I spent one New Year's Eve many years ago. Is it possible that a house can make you obsessed with it and have a hold on you? I don't know how others can really explain this, but we feel like something about our house causes an obsession, but this house has a hold on me and my wife. I felt a draw to this house years before I bought it. Used to walk by it and just be in love with it. It was listed for sale, and it was more than I planned to spend. About $150,000 more. Oh, okay. But I bought it. It was in rough condition and needed updating. The house was definitely haunted at the time. Noises, dogs freaked out and acted weird. Weird feelings and chills, and we had some experiences and ended up removing a mirror, having the house cleared. Got better energy-wise, and the original owner, Alice, was in love with this house, and her husband died in it. Well, in the last 4 years, I've been slowly renovating and putting over $250,000 into it. The need and desire to update and change things has been an all-out obsession. It's completely taken over my mind. My partner moved in 2.5 years ago, and ironically now also has the same unhealthy relationship with the house, wanting to continually change things and update things and every little thing. I have to pause for a split second, but if you spent $250,000 on a thing, you're going to be into it and you're going to keep making it better because you just spent $250,000 on it. Sorry. I would. We have had a lot of issues with the renovation. Always something going wrong to the point that it feels like a joke at this point. I've had major issues with every job that we've done in this house, and we've had burst pipes, insurance claims, holes in the house. We got rats at one point. We also had a fire in the yard that if we didn't catch it would have burned down the house. Dog got sick while we were here and died. Other dog has behavioral issues, and my wife had severe depression and anxiety is through the roof. What is the most intense part is that we can't think about anything else like other than this house and buying things for it and projects and to-do lists. We have no social life and don't want to leave the house. It feels like a ball and chain to me. It's completely taken over our lives and we're now miserable. I love it and hate it, and I'm frankly terrified to sell it. Something inside me keeps telling me that there's something with this house, like it has some weird hold or ownership over us. Something isn't right. Is this possible? And if it is, how do I stop it? I think since I'm grumpy and hungry, my own opinions are overtaking me during this story. My night at a historic haunted inn. That's better. In 2002, I worked for a group of companies that had a large number of fast food restaurants, like 132 of them in several states. I was hired as a project manager for a point of sales, POS upgrade project in those restaurants that included upgrading the hardware. As part of my orientation and training, I was sent to the vendor that bundled the software and hardware for training on their systems, and to meet the project team on their end. I flew from a Midwest city to Philadelphia, then had to drive to New Hope, Pennsylvania with an arrival time near midnight. The vendor was excited to have me stay at a newly remodeled historic inn in New Hope. The inn is called Logan Inn, and it's been active since maybe 1727. I made sure to tell the vendor to make sure that the inn knew that I was a late arrival, to make sure that there was somebody there to check me in. Well, I get to the inn and it's locked up tight. Checked out the rental car for comfort, thinking that it would be my bed for the night, and after trying to relax, I decided to look for a drink to help with falling asleep. I walk into a pretty busy bar and ordered a drink. The bartender asked me how I was doing, and I lamented the fact that I was going to be sleeping in a rental car that night. Well, luck was on my side that night, as the bartender said that half the staff from the inn was in the bar. A much relieved traveler decided to have a few with the staff, and after several drinks, they escorted me to the Logan Inn and they got me settled into my room. They told me that there was only one other room occupied at the time, and it was on another floor on the opposite side of my room. This place had been remodeled, and it was basically my understanding that it was a project of a prominent tree-trimming family member, and they had no expense spared, including having period-correct furnishings. So I get settled in my room and I go to sleep. It was early in the morning, maybe 3 a.m. when I woke to a huge bang that shook my room. I then heard a lot of loud noises that sounded like they were moving furniture across the floor. Went on for a bit, and I was annoyed that they would still be doing construction while guests were staying there. I eventually dozed off. I slept in since I had a late start due to a late arrival. When I was walking down the stairs in the morning, there was a guy working on a shadow box on the wall in the stairwell. The shadow box had period-correct dolls in the room furnished with dollhouse furniture. The dolls were all contorted, and the room was in dismay with the furniture disturbed. I asked the man what he was doing, and he said he was fixing the display. He said that it was inaccessible and sealed behind glass, and that the forces necessary to disrupt it. Well, that much was mind-boggling. He also pointed out that there were nails ripped out of the stairs, and he showed me. I mentioned hearing construction during the night, and he said that there was nothing of the sort going on there. Apparently, the Logan Inn was active during the Revolutionary War, and it's got quite a reputation for being haunted. Whatever happened that night was not of this world, and I was very happy that that inn had many more rooms occupied during the rest of my stay, which was uneventful. I heard a demon. It's quite huge to just assume that I heard a demon. I don't know how to explain it, but when I heard it, I just knew it was a demon. I was 5 or 6 years old, 2010, 2011, and I was in Morocco during vacation. I was visiting my family. I live in a building that my dad and his brother built. At the ground floor lives my aunt and my grandfather, and a woman with her husband and her baby. I live in the first floor, and my uncles with his wife and 2 sons live on the second floor. I was at my aunt's house, and she told me to go to my house because it was already 12 p.m. My mom should have soon finished cooking lunch. As I go up, I suddenly heard a voice calling me by my name. I automatically turn around, but no one's there. I will just wait for this. Jeez. We're at like over 30 now? Alrighty then. Where was I before that? It's already 12 p.m. My mom should be finished cooking lunch. As I go up, I heard a voice calling me by my name, and I automatically turn around, but no one's there. I got scared, not because no one was there, but because of the voice. I never heard anything similar in my life. It's not something a human could ever imitate. Maybe with technology it can now, but honestly don't even know if it's the case. It's impossible because the only technology we had was the television. When I heard it, it just somehow felt that it was not human. Still wanting to be sure, I thought that maybe it could be my cousins, even though I knew that they were playing outside. Maybe I didn't see them come inside, so I looked at the second floor and the spiral staircase, but there was no one, and also the voice clearly came from behind me. It was getting more loud and angry and close. So as I heard it, and it was just behind me, I went inside my house and locked the door. I did tell my mom right after, but she wouldn't believe me. She'd just say I dreamed and that I'm young every time I would tell her something weird happened. Those were fireworks, not guns. My grandma visited me on my birthday. This happened back in 2014. She passed away in November of that year. She was in a medically induced coma, so doctors could see what they could do while she was down under. But the doctors noticed her condition was getting worse, and she was unable to wake up. As you can imagine, it broke my heart knowing I couldn't hear her tell me that she loved me one last time. Eventually, with my family's decision, they decided to let my grandma pass, so she didn't have to suffer anymore. So the next month of December was my birthday. I'm actually born on the day before Christmas. So anyway, in my dream I encountered this little boy who seemed quite familiar. If you've ever seen the Christian or Catholic depiction of the child of Jesus, El Nino, he looked strikingly similar to him, although details are much more blurry in my dream. I didn't recognize that he looked like El Nino until after awakening. In my dream, the child told me to carry out 3 tasks, and he'll give me a gift. I can't clearly remember exactly the tasks, but they were incredibly regular everyday tasks. For some reason, I do remember that one of the tasks was to serve iced tea to the guests. After the completion of the tasks, I turned around, and right behind me was my grandma, who just smiled at me. Even in my dream, I wept at the sight of her in an instant. She smiled, didn't say a word, and walked behind a wall and was gone. It was short, sweet, but all that I needed to know how much love there was. I woke up right after that and was bawling my eyes out. My parents came in because they heard me crying, and I explained to them what happened. My mom started to cry as I explained, and I'm sure they'd try to seek answers since they were good friends with the priest at our local church. To this day, I can't really put words that fit this fateful dream, but I'll always remember that smile and the love I felt at that moment. Who was that little boy, the magic number 3 is always referenced in religion? 3 tasks I had to fulfill. The answers I will always search for. Has this happened to anyone else before? I've read that yes, people have seen their deceased loved ones, but has anybody encountered the sort of tasks I was given by someone that you've never met? I woke up to talking and realized my neighbor may be haunted. I live in an apartment and it's only me downstairs and a person above me. Next door is the laundry room and I've been here for 13 years. The person who moved in most recently left after 4 or 5 years. They seemed to be the one woman who was quiet enough but had weird habits at night. When they moved in, they did so very loudly, banging and whatnot. The problem is in the bedroom at around 12 or 3 a.m. I noticed they seemed to do things at night, very early in the morning, and sometimes it was walking. Sometimes it was loud and banging. I was reminded of them moving in and assumed that they were moving furniture, and they just seemed to have this as their schedule. It was always the same time frame. Today, almost 2 months later, they moved out and the same sounds occur. I wonder about the sounds and I hear things about residual hauntings. Not sure what it is, but one day it was loud again, and knowing the apartment should be empty, I was more afraid of a drifter staying up there. The noises continued, but it wasn't until I woke up this AM after 12, like people were just talking in there. It'd be strange for my area at that time and never hear any sounds during the day. Muffled and was coming from upstairs. Only lasted about 5 minutes. We gotta go check. Is Mommy home? I love paranormal stuff, but I'm also a skeptic. I've visited many supposedly haunted places. Some several times, and I've never seen anything with my own eyes. So this is why the only paranormal thing I've ever really experienced stands out. Just can't explain it. About a decade and a half ago, I was married with 1 young son. Now I have 3 kids, and I'm divorced. My then wife and I worked opposite shifts, trying to support each other through college. I'd just gotten home for the day, while my now ex was leaving for work. My son was about 5, and I made him dinner and then started a bath. I let him splash around a while before I washed him down and went to grab a load of laundry from the dryer. Now, our first house was a very small ranch, with most of the rooms surrounding an almost square 5 by 5 foot hallway, living room, bath, and then 2 bedrooms. I was really close by, and I could come hear my son splashing and talking to his toys. was bringing the laundry to the living room to fold later, and I was going to wash him up and put his pajamas on and stuff. But suddenly, I heard the splashing and noises stop, and then, "Daddy." "What's up, dude? Is Mommy home?" he called back. "No, bud, she won't be home until after you're asleep in bed." "Then who was that lady that walked into your room?" I got chills, probably went white, dropped the laundry basket, ran to the central hall, and looked in at him. He sat plain-faced in the tub, staring at me curiously, just wondering who was visiting. "What are you talking about?" I asked again. He stared, like kind of matter-of-factly, and said, "A lady with brown hair just went into your room." I looked around wildly, and I saw nothing of what he described. He seemed shocked himself when I yanked him out of the tub without even washing him. But ultimately, he just wanted to know which one of my friends was over. My wife came home later to find us both sleeping on the couch that night, and I had to explain why I was so freaked out. Nothing else strange ever happened in that house again, but my son to this day claims he remembers it. I'm more apt to believe the innocence of a 5-year-old than the possible, sensationalism of a 20-year-old, but I question it, because even if I didn't see it, I was there when he did. I can't find a reason for him to lie about something like that at his age. Maybe he's lying now about remembering it, but who knows? Haunting, or am I just losing it? My family and I moved into an old farmhouse, almost 7 years ago now. 6 of us live here. The house has cornfields surrounding it for miles around, making the house pretty secluded. Anyway, a few months after moving in, the whole house's vibe changed. I started to get sleep paralysis every night. I would see the shadow man and an old pale-faced woman. She'd always run at me. Even when I closed my eyes, I could see her. That was the first, WTF, but I looked it up because I was freaked out and found out it was kind of normal when moving stress and when it arises. Okay. The first thing I experienced is when I was changing my shirt. From my room, you can see the staircase. I look over and I see the top of someone's head and a pair of eyes watching me. I saw hands resting by each side of this head thing. Thought it was one of my 6 siblings being weird, but when I went to see who it was, no one was there. If someone was there, I would have heard them go down or up the steps because the house is old and creaky. Of course, my family brushed me off when I told them about this, so I put it out of my brain. Second experience was a few months later, and, sleep paralysis was still ongoing. I stopped sleeping on my back out of fear, and I was walking up the steps, and I saw a shadow of someone standing in my room from the light coming through the window. When I turned the corner to slowly walk into my room, I looked to the wall again, and the shadow was still there. But once I enter, no one is there. Once I step out of my room again, no shadow. Third, a few months later, I'm standing in my mom's room and my sister's on the couch. My mom's room is off the living room, so she has direct view of where I was standing. I'm talking to my sister, and I feel what I felt to be like a hand going down my back, almost caressing me. I jumped and ran to the living room, creeped out. We had several closets that were already in the old home when we moved in, and these closets have little holes in them when it's closed. It feels like someone or something is constantly peeking through these holes. In this house, I've never felt alone, and anywhere in the house it always feels like being watched. My younger siblings that live there talk about their things being knocked over when nothing's touched them. Even years later and after being moved out, I never get the feeling of being watched until I stay over at my mom's again. The Haunted Beach House. I've always been interested in the paranormal, but I've never had a paranormal experience until now. My boyfriend's mom rented a beach house in Washington for a few days last summer for a family vacation. Including myself, there's a total of 8 people in a small 1-story beach house. About halfway into the trip, I was playing card games with my boyfriend and his brother in the living room. From where we were sitting, you could see into the kitchen, and to the left, a small hallway with the bathroom. A room right across from the bathroom and another room at the end of the hallway. While we were playing, I noticed a small door with a latch right above the bathroom door. I pointed this out to my boyfriend and his brother. Without saying a word, his brother moved a chair from the kitchen to the bathroom, stood up on his chair, and opened the latch door. There's nothing inside, we just brushed it off as sort of an attic. The next day, we're all cleaning up when I noticed that his brother had forgotten to close the attic door and move the chair. I promptly closed the door and latched it, put the chair back in the kitchen. The final days in the house is when things sort of began to get strange. After my boyfriend and I had returned back from an evening walk on the beach, we decided to play a final game of cards in the living room. I noticed that the attic door was open a few inches. Thought that this was strange, but I figured that it must not have latched the door all the way the last time. So after that, his brother, who was also playing cards with us, said that he saw a face in the window behind where my boyfriend and I were sitting. Mind you, it's about 11 o'clock at night and pitch black outside. My boyfriend and I, a little bit nervous, looked behind us and saw nothing. His brother kept insisting that there was a face in the window, but I just brushed it off as the window distorting something in the room. After we were done playing cards, my boyfriend and I went to go to bed, and his sister came out of her bedroom, the one situated right across from the bathroom. She stopped us and asked us a question. "Do you think this place is haunted?" We asked her why she would think that. She responded that she's seen a shadowy figure in the bathroom across from her room. I hadn't noticed anything strange in the house, but I did notice my boyfriend was a little bit jumpy after she said this. We eventually went to bed and left early the next morning. Later that night, my boyfriend told me that right before his sister had told us that she had seen a shadowy figure in the bathroom, he thought he had seen a shadowy figure dart from his sister's bedroom into the bathroom. I then told him about how the attic door, which was above the bathroom, had opened without anyone touching it. The following morning, everybody who was at the beach house gave their personal stories at the beach house. While we're not certain that the beach house was indeed haunted, we all thought it was strange that my boyfriend and his sister both thought that they saw a shadowy figure. While I didn't personally notice anything strange besides the attic door, this is the closest thing I have to really a paranormal experience. My orb experience. So I watched a lot of paranormal videos on YouTube, and other shit when I fall asleep. Occasionally, they will mention the topic of orbs. And this scares the fuck out of me because I know that these are real. Here's what happened. It's not really super interesting, but I can assure you that it is 100% real. I've also seen a UFO, so I know that those are real too, and this opened my eyes to silly topics such as Dogman and Bigfoot being real. That is the name of my dog. I gotta look this up. And my dog is not named after some sort of a ghost. He's named after the fact that he's a male and he's a dog. Gonna look that up later. I was in my apartment drinking a beer in my computer, and at the time I had a cat named Jamal. I ended up giving him away because he deserved a clingy cat lady, not some guy who just got a cat for fun. But I digress. Jamal started freaking the fuck out, and they made me inquire about him, and I went and tried to pet him, but he wasn't having any of that. I suddenly saw a ball of white light start to fly around, and it came close to us, then backed away, then went towards my door and just dissipated. I have no idea what the fuck it was, but it actually scared the fuck out of me. It seemed like it had intelligence, and it was like looking at us, if that makes sense. I ended up comforting Jamal and calming down, but that was a mindfuck. What was it? I did research, and ball lightning is the thing that comes closest to describing what me and Jamal had seen. Makes me laugh to describe Jamal as if he was a human, but it's true. So essentially, I saw an orb and my cat confirmed it. Was freaking the fuck out before it actually became apparent to me that something was going to happen. And no, I don't believe in ghosts, but I am open to the idea. Somebody asked me, did anything paranormal happen in the apartment? Well, yeah, actually. I'd always go run downstairs to go get my Uber Eats orders and shit, and sometimes the door would lock by itself. I fuck you not, I tried to replicate this, and it literally wouldn't budge. That lock was solid. I have zero fucking idea how that could happen. Even the guy I called from, like the apartment company that I was leasing from, joked that it was a ghost. This has happened a total of 3 times, so if that was a ghost locking my door to fuck with me, it was an asshole, because I'd have to wait an hour or 2 for somebody to come unlock the door for me. Weird memory from childhood of dwarf-like creatures with floppy hands running in a field. I have a memory from when I was about 5, maybe 7 years old. Keeps popping up in my head lately. I was on a road trip with my grandparents in the Midwest. This is in the U.S. This would have been around the mid-90s, but I'm positive it was before, like 1998. On this road trip, we would have been traveling through Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, and Missouri. I remember we were driving through one of these many areas that were surrounded by vast open fields. Probably farmland or something. I don't remember seeing the next row of plants that one would see when passing a farm of any kind, but it was more just a vast open field on either side of the car. Kind of a 2-lane highway, podunk, middle of nowhere vibe. Common amongst any real drive-through of the Midwest. Anyway, I look out of the car window, and there are these little dwarf-looking creatures with very big droopy hands just sprinting around the open field in circles. They have their hands hanging lazily in front of them as they ran. They're wearing blue or maybe red, as some were all blue, some were all red. But their skin showing was sort of Caucasian-esque. At the time, being like 5 or 6-ish, I thought they looked like Dopey from Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs. They all had little caps on their heads like they wore, and they had big oversized robes and either all blue or all red from top to toe. Their huge floppy hands were sticking out of their oversized sleeves, and just like limp wrists hanging out of their robes as if they were prancing around this big field area. Nowadays, I guess I have a better comparison. They're almost a spitting image of the little minion things in the game League of Legends. Even down to the way they run, so, like, picture that, but if they were real. And since I'm old and don't know that game, I'm gonna go with the dwarves. But the thing I saw almost resembled something like if it was a stuffed doll that could run and prance. The floppy hands reminded me of like where the wrist of a sewn-on stuffed doll and the doll hand just kind of flops around, sort of a thing. I asked my grandma, like, what they were, so she had sort of a cryptic tone, and she said, "They're in jail. That's why you don't want to go to jail." Or something like that, but I distinctly remember her saying those things were in a jail of some sort. What? Later on, when we got to our destination, I asked my grandma what she meant, and she couldn't remember what I was even talking about. She chalked it up to me being asleep and dreaming, but I could have sworn that I was awake during that time, and honestly couldn't remember sleeping at all during that particular trip. Neither could my grandma, but she claims it must have been a dream. I was convinced otherwise. I don't remember what proof I had for myself in that moment, but I do remember I had a feeling of I couldn't have been sleeping because ... But I can't remember what it was. Thinking I had brought up a conversation that happened just moments before the incident, and my grandma could recall that. Her demeanor was weird, too. Like she immediately just said, "Oh, that was a dream. You were dreaming." Like, not, "You must have been dreaming," or something. It was sort of like a fact, knowing your grandma either response could have been just as genuine. But her quickness to dismiss and her demeanor seemed like she knew exactly what I was talking about. I wanted to squash any further questions. I know that demeanor. Ghost of a young girl stuck in my grandmother's house. Hi everyone. I've been exposed to a lot when it comes to paranormal activity, and me and my family are open when it comes to it because many of us have encountered the paranormal. This story is the first paranormal encounter that I can remember. I, a female of 20 years old, have experienced a very scary encounter at my grandmother's house when I was 8 years old. I shared this encounter with my cousin Philip, a 19-year-old male who was 7 years old at the time. Every summer, me and my cousin used to sleep over at her grandmother's house. She lives in a very small village in Serbia, lives in a house that's positioned in two parts. Basically, two houses that share a yard. One of the houses has the living room, kitchen, and bathroom, and the other house has a hall and two big bedrooms. The house where the bedrooms are is old and just renovated a bit inside, while the other house is built by my grandpa. It was a summer night when me and my cousin were sleeping over at my grandmother's house. We both couldn't really fall asleep, and we were alone in the room, and I would have guessed that at the time, maybe 2-3 a.m. at this point. We're both kind of half asleep, and I opened my eyes again and looked toward the big closet that was across the room. I saw a silhouette of a of a taller and skinny woman, very different than a trailer. They had long curly hair, opening the closet and looking for something. At first, I just thought it was my mom looking for something, as my mom had long curly hair at that time. After a few seconds, I came to the realization that my mom is not at my grandmother's house. I felt a drop in my heart and I froze. I remember trying to pinch my cousin so that he would wake up, but I was so scared that I couldn't move. I watched the figure move across the room and out of the door into the hallway. The lights in the hallway were turned on, and the second the light was on, it disappeared. I remember being so scared and confused that I couldn't move from fear. I slowly drifted away and I fell asleep. When I woke up in the morning, I remembered everything. I guess I just wrote it off as a dream or just my eyes playing tricks with me. I didn't really mention this to anyone. Kind of forgot about it until a few years ago. I would say this was 4 or 5 years ago, and my cousins and I were sitting at my grandmother's house. My grandmother was telling us all these different stories of the paranormal that she encountered. And one story to another led to my cousin Philip telling us that he saw a weird thing in my grandmother's house when he was younger. He started explaining that he saw a silhouette of a woman looking around the closet and disappearing into the light. I was honestly shocked. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Started adding details to his story, and we soon realized that we saw the same thing. He thinks we saw it at the same night, and he said that he remembered that I was with him at that time, but he thought I was asleep and he didn't want to wake me up. My grandmother didn't seem surprised that we saw this girl. She explained to us that the family that owned the house prior had a daughter that was 19 years old. She was tall, slim, and had black, long, curvy hair. She had trouble sleepwalking and climbing up on the roof when she was sleepwalking. One of her family members in a panic woke her up by shouting. When she woke up, she lost control, fell from the roof, and unfortunately died. The grandmother told us that she would often have dreams about a girl yelling at people from the roof. These dreams occurred most when they first moved in. My grandmother didn't know about the story. She was later told about the story by a friend that she made in the village. She had never dreamt about it again after that. The ghost of a woman seen multiple times after she was murdered. My mom says that she says that we are more open to the spiritual world, as she has experienced very weird and unexplained things the same way I have. This story is one told by my grandmother. I have not encountered it myself, but I'd like to hear your thoughts on the story. My grandmother lives in a small village in Serbia. There's a lot of weird things happening there. I remember her first telling me this story when I was a bit younger. We still talk about it. I get creeped out every time that we do talk about it, so here it goes. About 30 years ago, when my grandmother first moved to this village, there was a murder that happened 2 streets away from her. An elderly couple that had been married for 40 years got into a big argument. The wife turned away from the husband mid-argument to go outside. He took a heavy metal pan and hit her on the back of her head. She immediately fell down, and he said he couldn't find her pulse. They claimed that he didn't want to kill her and that he just wanted to stop her from going away. He knew that if he called the police, there was no way he could get out of this. He rolled her body in a carpet, buried her under cement in the basement of their house. 2 months went by. His consciousness got the best of him. Or his conscience. He went to the police and admitted what he had done. When the police asked him why he admitted to the crime now, he said that she was haunting him. He said every morning she would stand in the kitchen as if she was alive and make him coffee and breakfast. He would try to close his eyes and open them again, but she wouldn't go away. The police, of course, said that this was his consciousness getting the best of him, but he claimed that she was there and that he wasn't crazy. He got arrested, and the police, of course, didn't pay any attention to what the man was saying about the wives' ghost. When the police went to talk to the neighbors to try to gather information and see if anybody heard or saw anything, they were left shocked. All of the neighbors swore that they saw her the past few months. One of the neighbors said that she came to buy eggs a couple of days prior, and she was last seen by another neighbor just 2 days prior going for a walk. They said hi to each other, and the neighbor swore that it was her. The police immediately got a new theory. And it was that the man had just killed his wife and went into a shock or a denial and got the timing wrong, or that he for some reason was lying. When the police finally got the body out of the cement, it was confirmed that the woman had died at least 2 months ago, confirming the husband's story. Even after the date of the murder was released, the neighbors still claimed that they had seen her, and it was not possible. After the woman's burial, her 2 sisters were coming through her house and just to retrieve some of the items that they'd claimed. They were washing the dishes and smiling to them from the window. Okay. This house is now abandoned and nobody's ever moved in after. I get creeps every time I have to go by that house and avoid it at all times. Have you guys ever randomly seen anything strange outside a stranger's house? Vague. While out walking or driving or something, have you ever seen anything strange while just passing by a stranger's house? Not like a known, rumored, supposedly haunted place, just an ordinary house that you know nothing about. Some years ago, I was with some friends. We were passing a house on the street about a block over from my house. We noticed that all the lights inside, that we could sort of see through the windows anyway, they were repeatedly flashing on and off. And not only that, but we didn't see anyone inside. I know you have to look at every normal explanation first before jumping to conclusions, and I'll admit this incident probably wasn't supernatural. And it could have been anything from bad wiring to a fuse box issue to kids playing and turning them off and on, but there's still about a 5 to 10% chance it was something else. Something unseen. I sure hope not. All I know is that it freaked me out big time. I don't even remember which house it was, so I couldn't ask the owners about it or look into it if I wanted to. I've been down that block probably thousands of times since then, and I've never seen anything like that again, and it still gives me the chills. I was certainly thinking of it. Well, maybe it could be some kind of poltergeist when I saw it. The former entity returned. For about 10 years, my family of 5 rented a house that we never felt was quite right. My wife and I and our son and 2 daughters. The house shared land with the trailer park, and my kids made friends with a lot of the kids in the area. It's important for a later part of the story. Over that time, the kids would talk about some things that they experienced. They had lots of dreams that took place in the house, and mostly the dreams were frightening, but sometimes they were warnings. One morning before heading to school, my oldest son told me about a nightmare that they'd had the night before. Then when my middle woke up, she told me about the nightmare that she had the night before. After school, I told them both together that they had experienced a shared dream. They both had told me the exact same nightmare. Once my youngest had her leg pulled while sleeping, but thought that her big sister was just messing with her, until the following morning when she asked her about it. Things in the house would sometimes move or shake, but almost always just on the edge of your vision, and we'd always try to explain it away. The kids would sometimes see a shadow person wearing a tall hat in the periphery, but they also insisted that there was something masquerading as a little girl. They weren't sure if it was the same entity taking multiple shapes. We bought a house in early 2021 about a half hour away from the old place and moved out. Over the next few weeks, the kids at the time were only 18, 16, and 14. Finally felt safe, and they opened to go to my wife about all the things that they had experienced there. There was a lot that they didn't talk about while we lived there, and many more details shared about some of the things I mentioned above. It was now all out in the open, and hearing all three of them talking about things definitely made me a believer. But now they were just spooky stories, and it was all in our past. Or so I thought. Last night, my oldest had a dream. They were talking to their sister, or my middle kid, in her current house. They were just chatting, and she told him that she had to get some homework done, so my son said goodnight and headed to their room. They closed the door, and their current room was gone, and they had found themselves in their old bedroom and were immediately uneasy as the dream turned into a nightmare. It ended when one of the current cats, that never lived at the old place, scared them in the dream by jumping out of their bedroom closet, which they'd always had sort of a hotspot back in the day for. He went to the closet door and slammed it shut. Immediately, there were 3 hard knocks on the door from the inside. He manifested a lock for the door in the dream, locked it, and woke up. It was just after midnight, and he told me about it immediately. He's visibly shaken and teary-eyed as he told me about it, but felt like better after getting it out. I got shivers as they told it, but I told myself that it could just be chalked up to residual trauma from the old house. But then this afternoon, he mentioned it was, his sister, and started talking about the old house a bit. She mentioned that she was at a Halloween bonfire a few weeks ago with friends and found out that one of her friends is very close with the family that recently moved into the old house. Either the 3rd or 4th family that's lived there since we left. That family told her at the bonfire that the family had just had a cleansing and an exorcism done of the house after the mob started seeing a shadow man in a top hat. The timing worries me. That exorcism would have happened about a month ago, and now my oldest is dreaming of the place. I know that things can latch onto you when you leave a place, but it's been almost 4 years, and there was nothing. I've asked my daughter to get the name of whomever did the work at the old house, that we may have a cleansing of our own in the future. I'm worried that if the cleansing just kicked out the old place and freed it up to find its way back to us. I have no personal experience with cleansings necessarily, only what I've seen on TV or in the movies. Is it possible, or is it just a coincidence? Welcome to Paranormal M, where strange tales come to life. Subscribe and activate notifications to stay on the top of our haunting episodes. Prepare for an unforgettable journey. I'm haunting myself. I'm 21, turning 22 this week. I work as a TA for a kindergarten class. I like gaming, playing the cello, and my whole life is, strange. My very existence is a type of haunting, depending on how you look at it. Specifically, I'm going to be talking about my older brother and I, and how we haunted our mother, and continue to do so. Alright, there's a warning here. And it seems like this story is going to be roughly 4 minutes, so skip forward 4 minutes if you have a problem with sexual abuse, child abuse, rape, repeated trauma, mental illness, and medical trauma. Keep in mind that this story is not a pretty one. It involves sharing some very real trauma. Story. My birth was a traumatic one for everyone involved. My mom's doctor at the time of my birth induced her labor. It's a procedure to help a woman's body recognize that it's time to start giving birth. And with no painkillers. The doctor induced her by breaking her water and accidentally punctured her uterine lining, causing the uterus, where baby me was, to start filling with blood. Skipping the more medical and private details, suffice it to say that I suffocated on my mother's blood and my mom died of shock during the emergency C-section. We were both revived, obviously, but that's where my story began. It shaped my life by giving me, chronic pain and medical issues that pretty much tainted my life. 2.5, my mom risked her life to give birth to my sister. 2 years after that, my mom recalled that she started to notice some strange incidents. She would find me talking to the fairies and my older brother. As she doesn't really believe in fairies and I don't have a living older brother, she assumed that they were both imaginary. I would talk to my brother, watch TV, and go exploring with him. The fairies and I would play, but mostly they wanted to learn music and art. Childhood me found that very boring and would often complain as much. In particular, what was strange about them was the fact that they would tell me things I couldn't have known about the people around me. For example, my brother would tell me who was and who wasn't dangerous, and who would take over, well, in quotes, the body, if he really wanted a snack or thought I was in trouble. My mom figured I just wanted to try and get out of trouble. In working with children, I can tell you that if a child of that age sees something on TV, they can and will mimic the behavior. It's pretty common knowledge that children will escalate the behavior that they've witnessed. So I'm not discounting that. But my parents were very protective of me and the type of media I could watch. This stuck with my mom because I started calling my brother by the name I couldn't have known, the name she used for her dead son who died as a baby. I had the same mannerisms that she always imagined her son having. Over the years, she relied on me to tell her son how much she loved him and missed him. Things escalated after I went to preschool the same year. 2 things happened from my mom's perspective. First, I made another invisible friend named Shadow, who, unlike his name implies, was very kind. Shadow would tell me about dead ancestors and histories that I couldn't have fully appreciated as a child. Second, I became increasingly scared of another new group, the demons. The demons terrified me and still do. Little me started getting scared of new people and fearful of sudden noises. I started to cry at a fireworks show and was having panic attacks. I'd run out of the rooms and cry asking for my parents to stop them whispering in my room and threatening me. Their voices would come so randomly growing up. The fear was a constant for most of my life. In middle school, I requested therapy and a psychiatrist. I knew something was wrong. I was losing time, and I would fall asleep in class and wake up at the park. The demons came to me in the night in sleep paralysis, and in the day as shadows and mocking voices in my head. Middle school is not an easy place for anyone, but I seemed to have a very hard time of it. I had been stabbed twice, beaten with sticks, called names that I won't repeat, and in a particular indecent one, the other kids had my cello broken and my music kind of scattered and filmed me trying to pick it up as they kicked me while I cried. I shared this to help set up the next part of my story. 8 years later. I now know what happened for the most part, and what can account for these events and so many more. If you're curious, ask me in the comments. I have dissociative identity disorder. It's a disorder that forms after severe and repeated trauma in early childhood before the personality can set. Now, this is where a lot of the real horror begins. Turns out that as a young child with ADD and ADHD and a good imagination, I had a predisposition for the disorder. At 4 in preschool, one of the adults had been raping me, and to cope and not have a 4-year-old me commit suicide, my brain decided to block it out and create more personalities to deal with the trauma. So we were traumatized and scared without knowing why. Then the trauma repeated in middle school. Not only was I being bullied and harassed, I was being raped by a 16-year-old classmate. This accounts for the loss of time and a lot of the strange knowledge that seemingly came from nowhere. The feelings of danger and even most of the demons. But the ancestors, knowledge of my brother, knowledge of other people, precognition in terms of safety and such. For one last example, my sister is not okay. When we were teenagers, we had fights that would often turn physical violence on her part. Once when I was 16 and she was 14, I was reading in my room, which was in the basement, and I could hear her screaming at my parents upstairs without, having some kind of a, quote-unquote crazy person that ate up all of our time was ruining her life. After a bit, I felt my brother's presence, and he whispered to me that I was in danger and needed to hide now. Then I felt him take over my body as I heard my sister descending the stairs to the basement. I remember him hiding me in the basement behind some boxes as she picked up a 2x4 and entered my room before hitting my bed with it. I had set of pillows under the blankets as a distraction. How did he know? Stuff like this happened all the time growing up. I'm glad he's one of the alters in her system. He saved her life many times with his precognitive-like senses. Something to keep you awake. Hello. Today I decided to share 2 experiences, one of mine and another of my wife's family. Around 2010, when I was 15, we were hanging out in this old house that they would use as, to house workers from other cities. Previously owned by this nice old lady. Just guessing that she was nice. We were downstairs just playing around with the other girls our age, hoping to get a kiss and so on. I was this weirdo all my life, and for some reason I gazed at this cat that was on the floor looking at something behind me. That's when my gaze followed his, and I saw this semi-transparent white form of a hunched older lady. They were wearing a dress of some sort. Something was in her hand that I can't remember, but her eyes were empty sockets. And I remember screaming to my friend to turn the lights on, and he laughed, and they all did, really. But they did turn the lights on. I know it could just be my mind playing tricks. Next is a story of an actual house cleanse. So an older man has always lived in a house with his wife, but after she passed, this house became too large for him. So he moved to this much smaller apartment. He was older, but he was always healthy. Less than a year after he moved in, he died from heart problems. It could happen, right? So my wife went there to help move all of his stuff out and such, but kept always feeling heavy on the heart there. Couldn't help but need rest now and then when working there. Unknown to them before, there was an attic in that house. Up there was a big box filled with broken crosses. The next day they ordered a priest, one who the Vatican actually approves to do exorcisms. Not a big country, we've only really got one. He went there to cleanse this house, and with him went the husband of the old man's daughter. He was a skeptic and he didn't really believe such bullshit. But he waited outside as the priest cleansed the house. He said a wave of cold air blew past him after the priest was done, and moments later they both left. A lesson on why you should not take things that are not yours. In about 2012 or 2013, my neighbor passed away. She was originally from the Blackfeet Indian Reservation, but moved to our own town with her husband to start a life and a family there. She and her family lived just up the road from my family for decades. I never personally had any experiences with her, but my father never had anything but good things to say about her. She was nice, polite, and all around a great neighbor. I'm not sure when her husband passed or when her son moved away, but for most of my lifetime she lived alone. She always spoke about how her hollow, which is, well, that's like a road. It's like a road with like numerous houses that are generally spread apart. I think they call those that in the Appalachians. Anyway. So this is like a common rural area, like the place that I live, and it was full of spirits, and she told my father about how she spoke with them regularly. And this was something that he never even questioned. He fully believed her. Anyways, when she passed, she left a home and a small wooden cabin. I'm not gonna lie, as a curious 13-year-old, my fellow 14-year-old neighbor and I went into the cabin. It was unlocked. We didn't touch anything or mess with any of her stuff, but we did see a book that was unusual. We later found out that it was in fact a spell book, but I can't for the life of me remember what it was called. After her house sat for about a month or longer, slowly decaying, her son came to clean it out and take the things that he wanted. They left a huge portable dumpster with some of the things that he didn't want to take with him. He told my father that we were more than welcome to look through it and take anything that we wanted. Of course, we went to look. While looking, I saw the most beautiful coat rack. It looked like a tree without leaves. The branches were where you can place your jackets, and for some reason I really wanted it. We took the coat rack home, and that was that. A few days later, I was up getting a snack. It was dark outside, and I went to the kitchen pantry to find a snack. While looking for something to eat, I glanced over at the glass window panes in our screened-in porch that's right next to our kitchen. When I looked up, I saw a black silhouette of a woman with long hair standing outside of the window. I know for a fact that it wasn't my reflection. I have medium-length hair, and I was facing the pantry, so I was sideways to the window. The figure was standing facing the window forward, and the hair went down over its shoulders. Obviously, I screamed, ran to tell my mother. She didn't believe me. I told my father, and he actually mentioned that this could have been the spirit of my neighbor wanting her coat rack back. When I mentioned that the figure had long hair, he told me that in her younger days she had long, beautiful black hair, and this shook me to my core. A couple of days later, my father was standing in the kitchen when he heard the sound of someone knocking on the same window. My dog also heard the knocking and began growling at the window. My dad went to go look, but saw no one around. Our backyard, where the window faces, is nothing but forest, and the closest house is maybe a quarter of a mile away. It's backed up onto a hill. There couldn't have been anyone that did this. Not but a few days later, my mother was working on a puzzle in the screened-in porch area, sitting right next to the window in question. She heard scratching on the screen covering. She also saw nothing, but immediately left the room. We also experienced her TV's volume being turned all the way up when no one had the remotes, or the objects being moved to random places where we didn't leave them. I don't know if this was my neighbor, but I do know that we got rid of the coat rack and haven't experienced anything since then. My aunt actually took the object and sold it in a church yard sale. Wish I knew where it was and what happened to it, but I guess I'll never know. Ever since, I don't take or buy second-hand objects. Has anybody else had any paranormal experiences related to objects? A demonic encounter. 2 nights ago on the 6th of September, I experienced a rare encounter that left me seeking advice or professional facts. This all started at around 9 p.m. Me and 2 other females had just finished our meal at a restaurant. We wanted to take a stroll in the park as it was quite busy around this time in the city. We parked our car near the right side of the park where there's parking spots, and it was quite dark and secluded, even though there's a crowded outside sitting area. After we got out and walked toward the pavement of the park, a woman with a small white dog on a leash kind of waited for us to walk in front. As we were, she approached one of us from behind. She asked for money to buy French fries. I quote that she said, "Lady, can you give me $2 to buy fries because you look so pretty and elegant?" Okay. Usually I wouldn't think twice before helping those in need, yet she was well dressed with freshly done nails and toes and a designer bag on. I forgot to mention that she had come out of the bushes near where we parked the car, so we were a bit freaked out. We told her we'd think about it and walked away. We thought she was mentally ill and she might have heard us as we tried to console each other. She stood behind us and waited till we went forward. She then went the opposite way. We took a normal stroll, still shaken up from that experience, and justified her actions as ill behavior. We then got thirsty and tried to forget what just happened, so we walked across the road from the park to a little cafe outside. Bear in mind, there were so many people outside, still all around 9:45, and there were about 4 minutes before we saw the same lady cross the road to exactly where we were. She approached us again and asked for the same thing, money. The other females weren't responding. They turned around and I felt bad, so I said, "Sorry, lady, I don't have money to give you right now." An eerie feeling roamed my body and I was shaking as I spoke. She then went on to call us rude and mean, and her dog started barking uncontrollably. Her face was pale like a ghost, and her eyes went from the ocean color of blue to the darkest brown, almost black. Her nails painted black, matching the color of her hair. Her smile widened as she stood in her exact spot, tilting her head and watching us from a very short distance, staring into my eyes. Hers empty, no emotion but the smile on her face. Her dog's barking filled my ears, making them ring. In what felt like a lifetime, she walked away. Her dress flowed in the street, yet there was no wind. People around us started questioning who she was. I was shaken up, scared, and terrified. Who could this woman be, and why was she only asking us and no one else? She never spoke to the other people. Why choose us? These questions bothered me every day. I couldn't stop thinking about it afterwards. Immediately, we went back to the car, got inside, and went home. There's a chapel nearby with a cemetery not far from it. I assumed that she went there as she left in that direction. My mind filled with questions, seeking answers. Could she have been waiting for us by her car as she knew where it was, and we made it into the car still scared, as it wasn't really a well-lit area? Children were playing still in the park play area with their parents. Could they be in danger? Ever since then, I've noticed things happening and changing. Emotional outbursts, anxiety, and sleepless nights. I see her eyes to this day every time I close mine. Yesterday I bumped my car into stairs and I never saw them. It just cost me repairs. I feel like something that day changed. I've had a bad feeling ever since. I haven't forgotten her look or voice, and I just want to know if I'm overthinking it or did she need help? I've even gone as far as to seek faith and religion for the sake of help, and maybe she was just mentally ill and needed help herself. By sharing my story, I'm hoping to find answers. And as the reader and narrator, not as the reader or narrator, but as a person, I don't think asking for fries is a call for desperation. Shared nightmare. I guess I'll start by admitting my long-time interests in all things paranormal or unexplained, since admitting this piece of information seems disingenuous. Having said that, I must also add that deep down I never really truly believed in any of it. I enjoyed the curiosity stories and the captures provided, but would always convince myself that there was a rational explanation, even if I couldn't come up with one at the time. Now, with the necessary disclaimers out of the way, I'll get to the point. About a year ago, my husband and I moved into a recently renovated apartment in the town I grew up in. The building is well over 100 years old, and it had been run down and filled with a rotating cast of drug dealers and users most of my life. So it was nice to see it return to its former glory. Shortly after moving in, I noticed occasional odd noises, movement out of the corner of my eye, etc. But I chalked it up to an old house and unfamiliar territory. Couldn't help noticing the dog was reacting to these things as well. But again, I convinced myself I was being childish and put it out of my mind as much as possible. Fast forward several months into our lease. I'm asleep in the bedroom with my husband and our dog. Around 2 a.m., I was startled awake from an incredibly vivid nightmare, very shaken up. In the dream, I had awoken much the same and wandered out of the room for a drink. As I crossed into the space between the kitchen and the living room, I see the outline of a woman on the couch. My eyes haven't quite adjusted to the light, so it takes a moment to see her clearly. When I do, I'm both horrified and confused by what I can only describe as her corpse-like appearance. Just as what I'm seeing really starts to set in, she sits up and says, "It's time." Then I wake up. I lie there, awake and uneasy for a while before coming to the conclusion that there's no way I'd be able to fall back asleep unless I checked the living room to make sure it was a dream. So I reluctantly climb out of bed and head down the hallway, just as I did. Well, just as I did in my nightmare. But this time, of course, nobody's on the couch. Having confirmed this, I calm myself down and crawl back into bed, feeling slightly stupid for getting so worked up. However, just as I settle in, my husband sits up, seemingly still asleep, and says, "Is she here?" I turn to him and I ask who, to which he replies, "The lady on the couch." Cue me coming out of my skin and vowing to never sleep again. Now, I'm sure some of you are thinking you probably said something in your sleep that he overheard and mixed into his dream, and that might be a reasonable explanation, except my husband is deaf. I rolled this around in my brain for weeks and can't come up with a satisfactory answer, so any insight or advice is welcome. My first apartment. Everything I'm about to describe took place from June of 2019 through June of 2020. I was 19 years old when it all started. I'd been dating my now ex-boyfriend for nearly 5 years at the time. Naturally, we felt that it was finally time to leave the comfort of our parents' homes and move out into our own together. We decided on a studio apartment in the historic district of our hometown. It was the cheapest that we could find and somehow got approved despite the fact that we made well below the required wage for this place. It was incredibly small, only around 500 square feet. We weren't in an apartment complex though, but on the back end of a very large house. The house itself was built sometime in the 1930s. And it was, well, rather shitty. Our front door opened into a tiny sunroom that sat between our even tinier kitchen and our living room and bedroom. The doorways between each room didn't have actual doors attached, so we hung curtains in the doorways to separate them. That's because of all the new fire code stuff. We had no central air, no oven, and the floors were uneven. But it was home. Honestly, the location was why I fell in love with it. We were a 5-minute walk from all the mom and pop shops, farmers markets, ice skating rink, etc. And not only that, but it was all in the cutest little town that you've ever seen. And best of all, it was ours. Things started to get weird the very first week that we moved in. We had an upstairs neighbor in the duplex, whom I'm going to call Kay. She was super friendly, and we made introductions right away. The first time we spoke, she immediately informed me that our house was haunted. Me being me, I was intrigued and a bit excited. I'm going to give you all a breakdown of everything that she told me that day, because it's relevant to nearly everything I experienced while living there. She began by telling me that her section of the house in particular was a source of paranormal activity. She'd been living in this house for 3+ years before my boyfriend and I moved in. A few months before she showed up to our section of the house, it had been pretty newly renovated for the first time. We all know how that usually goes. The sunroom, as I knew it, had nice wood floors, but previously they were concrete. There was a hatch that opened up into a dirt floor crawl space underneath the house. It had a staircase that was broken about halfway down and didn't even reach the bottom. Due to the broken staircase, anybody who decided to venture down would need to bring a ladder. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to get back up. This is where it starts to get creepy. On one of the walls down there, painted in a red substance, were the words "Good Girl" and a few red handprints to match. Kay actually showed me a photo of this to back up the authenticity of what she was telling me. This immediately gave me very uncomfortable kidnap and torture vibes. Who knows what somebody could have been up to down there back in the early 1900s. I'm solidly convinced that something horrible happened down there, that the origin of whatever presence occupies that house was from there. During the renovation, the hatch was completely sealed off and covered by new flooring. And this is when, according to Kay, shit started to get weird. She started noticing cabinets in her kitchen opening and closing on their own. Mysterious footsteps, seeing things moving across her room in the corner of her eye. Just big nopes all around. I quickly stopped being excited and instead became a little bit nervous. This was my new home, after all. Things started happening almost immediately and grew worse over time. My boyfriend was a skeptic. Didn't take anything seriously. But I certainly did. Almost every night between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m., I would hear light knocking on her front door in the sunroom. Our knock, at that time, was very slow. It would continue until somebody got up to check the door, and the moment I would walk through the doorway into the sunroom, it would abruptly stop. Our trash can was also in the sunroom, so periodically throughout each day and night I would hear the unmistakable sound of the lid opening and the trash bag rustling, as if something were being thrown away. Often, when I was in the kitchen, I would see movement in the sunroom from my peripheral vision, and I swear it always looked like a person standing in front of the trash can. Nothing was ever there when I ever turned to fully look, though. I always felt like I was being watched. Always. 5 months into our lease, I extended things, I read that wrong. I ended things with my boyfriend. Opposite wrong. I can't explain it, but being there changed me. I began acting differently and feeling differently, thinking differently. We decided it'd be best for him to move back in with his parents and for me to remain in the apartment by myself. That's when things started to get worse. Shortly after the breakup, I grew afraid of sleeping alone. Whenever possible, I'd have friends stay the night with me for the benefit of some company. I would never tell my friends about what I was experiencing or why I wanted them to stay. One particular weekend, an old friend of mine from out of state I had just reconnected with, they were visiting my city. I suggested that he just stay with me rather than pay for a hotel room while he was in town. We go way back and weren't opposed to sharing a bed, so he quickly accepted my offer. The first night he spent in my apartment, my now boyfriend, let's call him T, who was only a friend at the time, came over as well, and the three of us stayed up getting drunk, playing cards, and chatting. While we were having a good time in the living room, we all suddenly heard something get thrown into the trash can. I was used to hearing this every day, but now 2 of my friends had heard it as well. That was a first. We all paused for a moment, exchanged the obligatory "Did you guys hear that?" and continued our game of cards. We all ended up passing out drunk and experienced nothing else that night. The second day I went to work and B left to spend time with some other friends until I got home. We met back at the apartment at around 7. That's where we spent the rest of the night playing video games and smoking weed. Everything was going smoothly until around 1 a.m. We both were laying in my bed reminiscing about old times for a while, and that's when I noticed the time. I decided to warn him about the knocking that would most likely ensue in the near future. He didn't take me very seriously, and I soon turned off the light as we were ready to sleep. Around 15 minutes later, we both jumped when we heard it. 3 knocks, slowly. B let out a very loud, "Oh, fuck no." Thought his reaction was kind of hilarious, so I decided to mess with him. I told him that according to rumor, if a spirit knocks on your door, you should never open it, and if you do, you'll let it in, and it'll stay with you forever. I proceeded to leap out of the bed, walk to the front door, and turn the knob. He followed me to the door and was frantically begging me not to open it. I laughed and sarcastically replied, "Of course I'm not actually going to open it, that's some white people shit." We both had a good laugh, but I could tell that he was a bit freaked out. The next morning, he told me something that sent chills down my spine. I know it's against the rules to write a story about sleep paralysis, but it's not what my story's about. It's simply a small piece of my story, and it's important due to the psychological effect that it had on me. Leaving it out would leave a hole in my story. Anyway, a few weeks before B came and visited, I experienced sleep paralysis for my first time in my life. I fell asleep on my couch and woke up unable to move. I saw a black shadow fly out of my closet, hover over top of me, and it felt as if it was holding me down and attacking me. Typical sleep paralysis shit. It scared me so badly that I left my apartment and didn't return until the next day. B experienced the exact same thing that second night, even down to the black shadow emerging from the very same closet. It wasn't easy when he told me because I'd never told him about any of my experiences weeks prior. And it was his first sleep paralysis episode as well. So for the sake of the rules, I'd like to add that I'm not claiming that either of our episodes were paranormal in nature. It was most likely an unsettling coincidence. It is relevant though, because it scared the fuck out of me and I started genuinely attempting to get rid of the ghost, or whatever it was. It's because my fear had reached a new level. Kate gifted me some sage after a conversation about it, and I would burn it every day in an attempt to, cleanse my home. I would also smoke weed and, as dorky as it sounds, try to make friends with the spirit in my apartment. It became somewhat of a ritual for me, get high, walk around my place with sage, speak out loud and say things as, "Okay, spirit or ghost or whoever you are, could you maybe just leave me alone or coexist without the spooky shit? Can we just chill please? I'm a 20-year-old girl, my name is Jay, I'm by myself and really freaking me out. It's not cool. Let's just be cool. We're cucumbers. I swear I'll leave as soon as my lease is up, but I'm stuck here. I'm sorry that I'm in your space, please stop scaring me. Thanks, bud." To nobody's surprise, my goofy and informal pleas for a truce with the spirit got me nowhere. In fact, things seemed to escalate from there. I was terrified and I literally tried to tune out all the freaky shit by overloading my senses 24/7. Blasting my television, wearing headphones, staring at my phone, playing video games, getting stoned out of my mind, nothing worked. I'd always noticed the paranormal activity no matter how hard I tried to tune it out. It was too much. One night, things took a turn. It may not sound significantly terrifying, but it is the creepiest thing that has happened to me in my life so far. T and I just made the switch from friends to partners. COVID-19 had just made its appearance. So we decided to quarantine together. He moved in with me and I was ecstatic. Finally would never have to sleep alone again. I could finally sleep in peace. Or so I thought. We were in bed early that night, fast asleep by 10 p.m. A few hours passed and I woke up in the middle of the night to the feeling of movement. I noticed that my blanket was being slowly pulled off my body. At first, I assumed it was T stealing the covers or shifting in a way that was causing the blanket to move. Until I glanced over at him and saw that he was dead asleep and unmoving. On top of that, I realized the blanket was being pulled from the opposite side of me where he was laying. Cue instant panic. I immediately grabbed the blanket and made a desperate attempt to yank it back up. I was met by resistance from the other end. It was as if somebody was firmly holding it and fighting my attempts to pull it back up and over my body. At this point, I screamed and practically just jumped on top of T. He woke up, still half asleep, and asked me what was wrong. I didn't want to scare him, so I told him that it was nothing. He rolled over to go back to sleep, and I laid there utterly frozen in fear for nearly an hour before I was able to drift back to sleep somehow. I stopped trying to rid myself of the spirit. Never experienced anything like that again. The next few months were entirely occupied by the standard, more mundane happenings. The knocking trash can, feeling of being watched, and seeing things. I became accustomed to it all, and I'll have to admit I was sad to leave when my lease expired. I know that there are many people out there who've seen things that would put my story to shame. Full apparitions, hearing voices, etc. All in all, the haunting that took place in my apartment could have been much worse. I look back now at my time spent there, and I miss it. It was very much an adventure. My life changed, and I changed as a person more during my year in that apartment than at any other point in my life. Perhaps whatever was with me in that place helped facilitate those changes. I sometimes wonder why I did certain things that I did while living under that roof. Things that I never would have done in the past. Things that were entirely out of character for me. I have heard that hauntings can make people act differently, and in the end, I guess I'll never know. All I know for sure is that I'll never forget that place. My girlfriend is experiencing some weird stuff. Jinns. So my girlfriend is experiencing some weird stuff since a very long time. However, it's not as bad as it has become now. She told me that she used to go on the roof of her house and talk to somebody. Her mother said that there was no one and she was talking to thin air. Fast forward to 4 months ago. She started having dreams, smelling something bad in her house. Day 1. Dream. A small baby is scared and she's trying to comfort it, but she's very scared herself. She can't find the entity from which they're scared of. Then she saw me, I took the baby away and left her there, and she woke up with scratches. She told me that her mother gave her a shiny ring. My girlfriend is a Hindu. Day 2 dream. The entity is visible. It's a huge dark shadow of a man. The baby is louder and my girlfriend is even more scared. I didn't appear. She woke up with scratches on her back. The ring became all black and hollow. I was very skeptical until she sent me a photo of the rings before and after. Then with coming days, the shadow came closer and closer. The baby eventually died and the entity kept coming closer. The scratches got worse. She said that she was able to feel like somebody's breathing right on her face. Like she could feel the gust of wind on her face. Apparently, she has a distant cousin who lived in Canada and supposedly she's a medium. She told my girl that this is because of an Ifrit jinn. And that has the jinn behind my girl ever since she was little. As my girl's Hindu, lives in India, she has no idea about what a jinn is, and what to do about it. She sometimes randomly sees a human hand on the wall, hears loud banging on the door, hears somebody walking. She's consulted 2 doctors, as both of us were very skeptic. But there's some stuff that we can't explain, like the ring and the scratches. I'd really appreciate any advice, and I just want her to stop having these experiences and to be happy again. Can we somehow get rid of the jinn? Trying to get rid of something in my house that's following me and my family. So about 4 years ago, my husband and I moved into our current house. For the first few months, we had a roommate, and while she was there, we didn't notice anything weird. But but over the past 3 years, we've been noticing more and more things. I'll be home alone at times, and I'll see things out of the corner of my eye. But I usually see them. Most of it's like the bathroom door open and I'm looking in the mirror. I'll see a lady standing in the kitchen. It doesn't really scare me since I've lived in a few different places that have been haunted. I've dealt with quite a few paranormal things. In the past year, it's gotten worse. My husband has started sleepwalking, even though he never has done this in the past. Our dog will bark at things that aren't there. I can't find anything that he'd usually bark at. And he doesn't even usually bark unless somebody he doesn't know comes over. And I have multiple times woken up with scratches. It could be me scratching myself in my sleep, but that never happened before living here. We hear whispering and footsteps outside our bedroom door at night, and our dog also has recently started having seizures. Which, the only explanation the vets must be able to come up with was apparently something anxiety-related. I've dealt with some pretty intense hauntings, but nothing quite like this. I've tried cleansing the house multiple times, and every time it calms down temporarily, but it never sticks. And I don't mean just sage. I've tried countless types of herbs, candles, crystals, incense, moon water, salt around the house, and even having other people coming over who know how to deal with spirits. I'm not a beginner on this type of stuff. A lot of people have come to me for help with anything like this in the past. We live in the basement of a house, and I've had multiple upstairs neighbors since we moved in. Each one has separately said that they've noticed things. When we first moved in, our landlord mentioned that the previous tenants left after about a month of living here with no notice and no explanation. A few months after we moved, like after our old roommate moved out, they were doing renovations upstairs. They found a petrified cat under the floorboards. We've had different people come over to hang out, and multiple people have seen something standing in the same corner. We don't mention that the house is haunted, and anybody who comes over says that they saw something. Even my best friend, who didn't believe in ghosts before, said that he saw something standing in the corner. I always feel like I'm being watched, even when no one else is in the house. I'm very receptive of energy and sense that whatever's here is malevolent. But I've been able to create at least a bit of a barrier between us. I would usually know what to do in the case of a normal haunting, and have successfully cleansed multiple places, but this is beyond my expertise, so any advice would be greatly appreciated. I also don't know if this is really related at all, but I have an antique music box from Japan. I've had it since I was a kid. When I got it, I didn't notice really anything off about it, but I started to pick up on the energy, and I realized that there's something attached to it. I've tried to get rid of it multiple times, but every time I try to get rid of it, it always ends up somewhere I'll find it. The song is extremely out of tune at this point. It really wasn't when I got it. It will sometimes play on its own, and even if the box is closed. Even if it's been years since I wound it up. I don't know if it's just adding more to what's already going on here, if it's connected somehow. Any advice or suggestions would be much appreciated. I've dealt with a lot of things, but this is a new one for me. I'm willing to try anything at this point, and I feel it follows me out of the house. Even one of my coworkers has told me something's been following me. I try my best not to be scared, since that usually gives entities more power, but I always feel a bit on edge. Something in the woods tonight. I want to preface this that I've hunted and hiked in the region since I was 9 years old. I'm very familiar with the wildlife and the sounds of the forest. I'm not really a believer in any of this sort of thing, but I don't really have an explanation for what happened tonight. I hiked about 1.5 miles through the forest and swamp hunting deer today, and I got to the pocket of woods and field that I wanted to be in and climbed a tree to hunt out of. By all accounts, this was an uneventful afternoon and evening until sundown. For about 30 straight minutes, I listened to a rabbit be tortured and just wouldn't die. If you've heard a dog or a hawk get a rabbit or hunted rabbits, you know what I'm talking about. When they're distressed, they scream bloody murder, and this has just seemed to continue on forever. Naturally, this can make you on edge. I figured a hawk got it and just wasn't killing it. Then the sound of a twig snapping in silence. The rabbit stopped. Through the thicket, I could make out a figure, vaguely deer-shaped, moving through the woods about 35 yards away. So I grabbed my bow, but the undergrowth is far too thick for me to pick out much more than a rough outline. Walked behind a tree and disappeared. The sun is now fully set, and I'm at least maybe 15 minutes post-sundown light. I hear in a flat, emotionless child's voice coming from where that quote-unquote deer disappeared. It was saying, "Help, help, help." No fluctuation or distress to the voice. Not said as if it was asking for help, just a statement. It said that probably 15 times, and then the woods went silent. There wasn't even a breeze to make a sound. Then a crack of a limb of a tree snapping, and all hell broke loose in the woods. Squirrels, birds, and suddenly deer shot out of the woods like bats out of hell, sounding like an absolute stampede throughout the forest. And then, silence again. To make things worse for me, I lost my hat-clipped light and walked in, and I had to haul ass like a mile and a half through the woods back to my truck in darkness. My path only lit by tonight's full moon. I went back to the woods this morning. Last night, after getting back to my truck, I called a few friends to let them know what happened. And then I had a relatively sleepless night. This morning, I couldn't stop thinking about it, so I decided that I needed to return. Grabbed my hunting dog, called up a buddy to come with, and set back towards those woods. First, I drove around the property. Nobody was parked at any of the trailheads. Shouldn't be anyone around. We took a long way around, heading north to get to the woods. A few miles from the parking area, stopping to talk, look for an animal sign, and to listen. We approached the woods from the south, keeping it outside of it in a tall, grassy, wet field. As we approached within 200 or so yards of where I heard it last night, we stopped for a talk at the moment and planned how to best go about entering the woods. This isn't some manicured forest. That's easy walking. The undergrowth is dense and filled with thorny shrubs and buckthorn. Whereas yesterday and in weeks past this area was teeming with life, deer and pheasants, hundreds of turkeys and their pouts, crows, squirrels, and rabbits. Today, this woods and fields were completely silent. As we discussed this, I realized my dog was nowhere to be seen or heard. She normally wears bells, or like metal pieces of her collar are sufficient for me to hear where she is. It's silent. She wears an e-collar, so that way I can press a button and it'll make a beeping noise that I can hear. I press that button in silence. I yelled for her in silence. Then coming from the forest ahead of me, I hear the yelping of my dog in pain, loud and clearly my dog. I look at my friend take off toward the woods, calling and beeping the collar and calling and beeping the collar and waiting. Back to silence. I look at my buddy and he asks, "What are you doing?" As if he hadn't heard it. We stop and wait for a moment on the edge of the woods, and I call one more time and finally hear the jingle of her collar coming up at me, completely unharmed from the opposite direction of where I thought I heard her crying. Confused, we distance ourselves from the woods again, continued north along the edge. Again, we neither heard or saw any wildlife. We found a few spots where things were recently killed, staining the ground with rotted blood, but no sign of anything living. Eventually, we turned back as we crossed the same spot I thought we heard my dog, and my friend stopped. He looked at me in a panic and said, "Oh shit, your dog," and took off running to the woods. I called after him asking what he was doing, and he said he heard her clearly crying in pain in the woods and was as confused as when I said I heard nothing. Just the same as when we first walked by, and I was the one who heard it. I could see my dog in the opposite direction smelling around, totally unharmed. called to my friend that the dog was fine and was over by me, and we rushed out. For those who might ask what else it may be, I've heard my dog yelping before. That was it. Doesn't sound anything like coyotes or wolves. I won't be returning to that area again. Are we hallucinating? I'm going to try to make this short. So, me and my older brother recently moved in with my grandma in Germany. She's been living by herself for some time and doesn't own any kind of a pet. For 2 weeks I've been hearing meowing. The first time I heard it, I was in the bed scrolling through reels when I heard it right outside my window. We live on the 3rd floor. Couldn't have been a cat on the window. I figured it may be a stray cat, though. We don't have many of them here. Since then, it's been happening every single night at around 1 or 2 a.m. The strangest thing is that it's only a short meow and nothing comes after it, and it feels like it's always coming from the same exact spot of my window. I brushed it off until one day I was showering in the afternoon. I was home alone and I heard a meow exactly at the bathroom door. Even though I was drenched in water, I could feel every hair on my body rise. I was expecting another meow, but it never came. So I just started singing to ignore it. My grandma has a night shift today, so me and my brother are home alone. About 4 hours ago, I heard another meow outside my window. My brother came into my room a bit ago and we're talking. Well, that's when the conversation of the paranormal activity came up. I told him I've been hearing meowing outside my window and he looked shocked. He ended up telling me that he's been hearing it too. Heard it a bit ago when he was using the bathroom. We both said that we thought we were hallucinating, so we never told another until now. We both had shivers run down our spine because we don't know where it's coming from. Searched on Google and Reddit for any kind of similar experience. If anybody knows anything about this, let me know, because I'm genuinely creeped out. Thank you. Large dark figure with green eyes. I've been too embarrassed to share this encounter with anyone, but I'm tired of not knowing what I saw. It's been eating me alive since 25 years ago. I know what I saw. As somebody in the science, it's genuinely kind of hard to come to terms with this experience still this day. So please, if anybody has any idea on what it was, please let me know. I was 6, and it was a little bit before 10 p.m. in the summer, and I was clearing up my toys in our yard, which had a bit of a hill on the right side that was met with a small forest. I went to grab a ball on top of the hill, and I saw a massive black form with glowing green eyes at the bottom of the hill where an old tree used to be before it was knocked down by a storm and fell further down the hill deeper into the forest. At first, I wasn't afraid, just confused. Then I blinked and I was nearly right next to it at the bottom of the hill, feeling my body move forward without me in control of it. By the time I was about 3 feet away, I was the most afraid I've ever felt. I could taste the adrenaline and it was reaching out a hand to put on my shoulder. The fingers were long and gray and white, and I felt a bolt of electricity run through me, and I was finally in control of my body and ran up the hill trying to scream, but too frightened to. Everyone thought I was just confusing it with something else, like maybe it was a code on a tree, but I'd never dreamed of or imagined anything like that before. Or ever imagined anything really before. Like, I knew I wanted to be a scientist and I had no nonsense attitude even at 6, but I'm going to be honest. After that night, I could feel it near me sometimes, like my eardrums would feel warm. Like I'm hearing something even though it's quiet. It's probably more psychological, but thought I'd add it. The spot it stood on never grew grass and snow would never stick to it. My house is haunted suddenly after 5 years. I didn't believe in ghosts. The other night, my wife heard the sound of a dog toy from our living room. It was impossible because the dog was asleep and in his crate in the laundry room. Got it off the bed and we took a look. On my way back, I swear, I heard I saw a goddamn image of a boy wearing white shorts. White shoes, black tips, and had his face down in his knees while sitting. I said, fuck that, ignored it, went to bed. I don't mess with no ghost. I didn't share this with anyone, because when I was raised, the movie Ghostbusters just told me not to fuck with ghosts. 20-some years later, I still remember that advice. Then a day later, my 4-year-old now has a new imaginary friend named Daniel, who only comes out at night. She said that he was playing in the living room and sleeping on the couch the last couple of nights, and I said, what does Daniel look like? White shoes, but black on fronts, white shorts. He wasn't feeling good the other night, his belly hurt and he was crying. Now I'm sitting in my room and questioning reality. So I inherited them 4 years ago. They've been sitting in the spare bedroom for about 4 years, and I would say within the last 2 weeks I started refinishing the pieces. About 6 to 9 weeks ago, I remodeled the room. There's a lot of junk left over from my wife's grandmother's, and most of it went to the closet where Daniel says he lives. We lived here for about 4 years. Prior to that, my wife's grandmother had lived here for at least, since the 60s. We don't know about the house prior to that, and records are unclear. Some facts that I figured I would mention since, I've been asked quite a few times, so. One is, was in sleep deprived when walking through the living room, ? Well, I would actually say I was pretty coherent. My wife made me think someone had broken in, so I was expecting to shoot someone. Daniel supposedly just wants to play and sleeps a lot. We have cameras in the bedroom and nothing's ever caught, though motion is detected quite a bit in the room and nothing has ever been recorded. I assume it's just a breeze. My daughter said a couple of days ago that Daniel went to heaven. It was pretty random and out of the blue. My wife and I never really talked about her to Daniel, as we just figured the whole, ignored and it'll go away in its own type deal. My daughter said that he told her goodbye and that he was going to heaven. That sounds good. Weird stuff happening randomly. So I've been living at my girlfriend's parents' house for almost 8 months now. We live in the basement, everybody else lives on the top floor. Ever since I moved in, everything's been fine, but now things are randomly starting to get weird. On Saturday, I was in the garage. Her dad came to the garage freaked out. He said it sounded like somebody slammed dishes into the sink, and he went to check it out and said no one was there and all the lights were off in the kitchen. So he said, if anyone's here, you're not welcome and to leave the house now. After he had said that, he heard a creepy laugh saying it sounded like a girl laughing. Now it's Sunday, and I was in the garage with him bringing Christmas decorations down to help him set up, and my girlfriend's in the basement watching TV, and her mom and sister upstairs in their room watching TV as well. Me and my girlfriend's dad go back inside the house, and we find one of his mugs on the floor all smashed up like somebody whipped it on the ground. I asked my girlfriend if she heard anything. She said she heard a noise like somebody was upstairs and dropped a glass. I told her nobody was in the living room and everybody was in their room. So, every time I'm near the kitchen, the hair on my neck stands up. Never used to happen before. Just wondering if there's anything we can do, or if there's somebody that might know why this would have all happened all of a sudden. It's not like we invited anything to the home or played the Ouija board. Just looking for answers right now, as it happened just out of nowhere. I Mori d'Orient Hotel Venice. So we got to Venice this afternoon, checked into the I Mori d'Orient, and as luck would have it, it's haunted. Specifically our room. Now, don't think me a fool, as I dispelled the supernatural some years back after many months of deep diving into an issue with their home in Florida. That either turned out to be house settling or the sun rising and applying heat to the section of the home. Or possibly a businessman raccoon that was stealing clients from my business. I like that. Regardless, it was certainly nothing alarming or otherworldly. While taking a shower, the lights began to flicker in the bathroom on and off. I assumed it was my wife attempting to figure out the lighting, so I asked her to stop multiple times. Boy, did that piss her off enough to yell at me, so she was doing nothing of the sort. So I figured it was moisture affecting the perfectly modern electrical components, but when she went to take a shower, everything was fine. We went out for a bit and had some dinner, and when I came back, I, of course, took another shower since my sinuses were a wreck and I thought I'd clear my head with some good steam. Then it all started up again, on, off, as if it were Morse code or random. I went downstairs to book a gondola ride for the morning, and once I got downstairs to the corridor, the lights started flickering as if it were a power surge. Of course, I was alone and I had no witnesses. If anybody has supporting stories or evidence that they've heard, I'll be here all night, and please, no bullshit. I had to edit this multiple times because I couldn't seem to get the whole story to post, and I've been on Reddit for a while and I've never had so much trouble posting something. Seems like 1/4 of my text didn't post, so I filled it in again, and it's about 10:20 p.m. over here and I'm lying in bed in the dark with my sleeping beauty. I saw a TripAdvisor review state that it's indeed haunted, allegedly by a young boy. The Aomori district was a Jewish ghetto that had a roundup in 1943. 246 poor souls were sent to Auschwitz. But you know by who. I've had a very spiritual couple of weeks in Italy, and I've visited many of the basilicas, including, but not limited to, St. Marco. All 3 admissions, including the museum, St. Peter, and Vatican City. On Tuesday, when the Pope was out and about, and in Duomo, the Colosseum, the Forum, Pitti Palazzo, Santa Maria Novella, and the Baths of Caracalla, the Medici Chapels, Vatican Museum, the Accademia San Lorenzo Basilica, the Marino Marini, Trinitia de Monte, and the Uffizi Museum Sistine Chapel. That one I can say, the rest I couldn't. The Pantheon, Santa Maria del Vittoria, Santa Agnes, oh boy, just trample me with these words, why don't you? Boboli Gardens, Pompeii, or as some people say for some reason, Pompey, which is funny. It's Pompeii. And many more that I can't recall immediately, but I'll add them as I recall them, and when my wife wakes up. I confess that I was quite affected by the art, history, and spirituality. I did have one instance in Rome at the Airbnb where we were staying at a few blocks from the Forum and the Colosseum. It was late, and of course everyone else was asleep, and I felt a presence in the room. I could only describe it as a small, skeletal form that was on the left side of my bed hunched over. Or at least it was very short. It was near my left leg. It seemed as though its arm was on the bed in that area and the skull was just peeking over the side. And of course I did, see any of this visually, but I felt it. When I say felt, I don't mean physically, only in spirit. It didn't seem malevolent in nature and certainly may have simply been a figment of my imagination, but truth be told, I don't really fall prey to any belief in these types of phenomenon. It may have simply been a visual of art seen that day at one of the museums of the basilicas. It may have even been death from the entrance of the crypts at St. Peter's. It's almost 11, no new issues to report. Hotels very accommodating to those who worship the Sabbath, and there are Shabbat candles burning in the lobby this evening. They ask would anybody requesting accommodations to let them know that they will provide them. I'll keep this thread updated throughout the night as I'm quite fascinated. See ya. Step into Paranormal M, where the unexplained takes center stage. Subscribe and hit notifications to catch our latest eerie stories. Get ready for a chilling experience. I saw my grandma after she passed away. Hi guys, I'm back almost after 2 years after my last post here. There's something that's been on my mind since the last year. So my grandmother passed away in 2021 due to cardiac arrest. It happened just a week after my family put her in a centro de cuidados, as we call it in Spain. It's basically a nursing home. That's because she had a very developed Alzheimer's. When she died, I was very shocked. It's because in the medical examinations was shown that her heart was very healthy for somebody in their 80s, approximately. And still today, I think she died because a nurse or a staff member gave her pills in a slightly high amount and that caused the cardiac arrest. I think it was a mistake. So after 2 years, I was walking one afternoon to hang out with one of my friends. That's when I was near a Plaza Italia in my city, and I saw a woman looking exactly the same as my grandma. Not just a coincidence in the face marks, it was in everything. She walked just like my grandma did because she had an iron bar in the right leg because she had polio when she was young. The face, hair, height, expression, facial wrinkles was exactly the same as hers. She was walking with a blonde old woman by her side. When I saw her, she changed her laughing face to look at me with a face I can only describe as when somebody smiles to not to be rude. It wasn't natural. So I keep walking and I leave her behind. I only stared at her for maybe 2 to 3 seconds, and I was 2 meters away from her about. After this happened, I learned some things about my grandma. It's because of her multiple illnesses. She was like 20 years in the city hospital, and she only saw her 2 sons, my uncles and her daughters, my mom, twice a week. My uncle told me that I only saw her in the years that she was gentle, and my other uncle told me she was a very nice mother and a nice woman. Nowadays, I think my grandma was very nice at first, but she was sad or depressed in the inside. I only remember one time she was like this, when she was bothered or she would get angry or cruel. I used to be with my grandfather all the summer holidays in our village. When I was 6 or so, I was playing while walking with her near a road. She stumbled with my leg and fell in the road, and when one man stopped and helped her get up, when I got home I remember that she had a scratch on her knee. While she was putting on a band-aid, she told me this, and sorry, all of this is broken English, so I'm elaborating. A neighbor that was my friend, your friendship is over. Quote. I didn't say anything, and the next day she was in a good mood again. I don't know how to explain what happened, but definitely I'm not a schizophrenic or something like it, so I need someone to please explain what happened the day I saw her 2 years after her death. Can anyone tell me what I saw? Took place in an army training area. Early 2023, I was doing a training exercise in the woods of Fort Gregg Adams, formerly Lee, in Virginia. On the first night I was pulling security facing the wood line, I saw a long, lanky, at least 7 or 8 foot silhouette of a man that was completely black. It was about 50 or 80 meters away, and it would peek out slowly from behind a tree and then sprint to another one and repeated this for a solid 5 minutes before I never saw it again. The sun had not quite started to set yet. I would blink hard and look away, but it was still there. I didn't believe my eyes, and I thought maybe the shadows of the trees were playing tricks on me. I dismissed it as that before other weird stuff started happening that night and over the next couple of days. First night, same night as above. My squad and I heard a long, shrill scream from the area of the woods I saw the thing running around in. Second night. My team and I spotted a 3-man team moving through the woods, and we engaged the team. They vanished and they weren't there anymore. One of the evaluators came over to us confused. They asked what we were firing at since they didn't have any OPFOR, which means opposing forces, over there. After we explained what we saw, he said that at least every other rotation that comes through sees a 3-man team in the woods in the same sector that we were pulling security in. Third night. The OCs, they're the evaluators, they were doing a roll call in the evening. One of the evaluators that had left early in the day yelled, "It's me, I'm over here," from off in the wood line. Couldn't see anybody there, and he had left hours ago. Needless to say, my team and I kept our sleeping bags pretty close together over those nights. More information. Greg Adams had significant Powhatan presence in the area historically. It's also a World War I training area. Not sure if they were spirits or something related to Native American lore. Wanted to know if anybody knows anything about the area or what this could have been. Anybody else experience anything similar if they've been at Greg Adams? Or formerly Fort Lee. A real till death do us part. My story is not so much as a scary one, but more of a sweet story about a woman who wholeheartedly loved her husband, until death did them part. My memory is a little hazy, but I'll tell this story with as much detail as I remember. I was working as a post-life transporter at the time. Mind you, I was still in training. I was following the lead of my trainer. We had gotten the call around midday, I believe, but it was about an elderly woman who needed post-life transportation. It's a funny way to say that. When we arrived at the home, it was absolutely beautiful. It felt so warm and inviting. A gorgeous stone pathway led us to the door, and we were welcomed in by her family. That was before being led to see the woman that we would be transporting. We talked with the family. One of their requests was that we try and get her ring from her finger to give to them. They had already tried and had no luck. Of course, we agreed and we were led down the hallway to meet her. Upon entering the room, we saw this beautiful elderly woman lying peacefully in her bed. She lied there covered in one of those sort of photo blankets filled with photos of her and her husband. I remember her room being on the smaller side, but looking around the room there was so much love. Photos covered the walls with pictures of her family. As we got ready to transport her, my trainer started by trying to remove her ring. She tried every trick she knew to get this ring for what felt like 15 to 20 minutes. No luck. I asked her if I could try. I remember being so nervous because obviously I've never removed a ring from as they put it, a decedent before. I tried for a few moments and I had no luck, but something didn't feel right. It was as if I could feel the pain of this woman and the devastation that it felt to have her ring taken from her. I remember just repeating over and over again in my head, "I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry." So I stopped for a moment and I looked up at her again, scanning the photos of her and her husband on the blanket. I could feel the love that she had for him, this immense wholehearted love. She didn't want to let him go. It was just some tattooed girl that she didn't know trying to take one of the only things that she had connecting them. I don't remember if I said it out loud or in my head, but I do remember saying, "You're thinking. I know you love him, but your family really wants to keep your ring safe for you. I promise that I'll get it to them." After this, I tried one more time to remove the ring from her finger, and it came off. No hesitation, no forceful pulling. It just simply came off. I remember my trainer looking at me in disbelief. She later told me that there's no way that the ring should have just come off like that. In the end, we gave the family her ring, and they were so happy and surprised that we were able to get it out for them. I always think about this woman, and I aspire to feel and experience the type of love that she had for her husband. A real till death do us part. That's a good one. Two repetition dreams and other strange things. I had, when I was very young, two dreams that still haunt me to this day. I still have these same two dreams every so often now, 50 plus years later. And another weird thing that happened to me as well. Dream number 1. I used to live a block away from the Mississippi River. In this nightmare, I could see this huge foot, like the foot of a giant. I used to think that it was Goliath, slowly and deliberately stepping on each house starting from by the levee down toward my house. It would get to the house like 2 houses away, then just stop, standing there. I'd always wake up at that part of the dream. Dream number 2. In this dream, me and my mom and dad were driving across the Huey P. Long Bridge going toward New Orleans. I grew up in Luling, 17 miles southwest of there. I was in the back seat and they were just driving along as normal. All of a sudden, I just see this huge brick wall ahead. Dad wasn't slowing down any, and him and Mom were just talking like usual. We kept coming towards that wall, and in my dream I was screaming to please stop. Don't you see that wall? Please stop. I'd wake up just as we were about to make impact. I still have that dream to this day every once in a while. I used to have nightmares about falling off that same bridge too. The other weird thing that happened to me is I was in bed but not asleep. I could hear a scraping noise on the street closest to my window. It sounded like a skateboard going back and forth out there. Every time I got up and looked out the window, there was nothing and no one out there, but I could still hear the noise. I finally quit looking and curled up in the bed as closest to the door as I possibly could. One last thing. A friend of mine, several years ago, told me they kept having dreams about me. I almost told him to leave me alone, but I'm grateful I didn't know. He told me that it was me in childhood and I had gone to a funeral way out in the country. And from a time forward, a ghost had been following me all my life. What does that mean? Following me? How? He described the place we went to after a funeral, like way out in the country to a T. Perfect description of it. Never talked to anybody about the funeral before, and where it was. I felt many, many times in my life that something was near me, but never really saw anything. The closet door. I've always believed my house was normal. Nothing strange or creepy about it. It's a relatively new building built in the 90s and I live alone. I like the idea of, not having neighbors too close. So I chose a house in a more isolated area. But for the past few weeks, there's been something I can't explain. I am jealous. It all started one night when around 2 a.m. I woke up suddenly. There was no noise, but I had that strange feeling of not being alone. I turned toward the door of my bedroom, and that's when I noticed it. The closet door down the hallway was slightly ajar. Now, I always made a habit of closing every door in the house before going to bed, just to avoid waking up and seeing a half-open door in the dark. Thought maybe I'd forgotten to close it, so even though I felt a little bit uneasy, I decided to get up and shut it. Closed it properly, pulling it up until I heard the click of the latch. I went back to bed, trying not to think about it, but it took a while before I could fall back asleep. The next night, same thing. Around 2 a.m., I wake up again and the closet door is open again, even though I had closed it. This time I got a chill down my spine, but I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I hadn't closed it properly. In the following days, though, the situation worsened. Every single night I woke up at the same time, and every night the door was open, no matter how carefully I closed it. One evening I decided to place a chair against the door so I could hear if anything moved. When I woke up, I found the chair shifted and the door slightly open. No sign of forced entry, no animals or strong winds that could have moved it. Every night, always at the same time, the door keeps opening. I can't sleep well anymore, and I'm starting to think maybe I'm not really alone in this house. Dreams/encounters with dead relatives. So my father passed away 2 years ago while sleeping. Saddest moment of my life. That afternoon he called me over my phone and we had a short conversation. When I hang up the phone, I have a feeling to say I love you to him, but never mind. When I was young, he told me that when my grandmother, his mother-in-law, passed away, he saw her several times in the house. She told him that she was there to protect me. And through his life, he has several paranormal encounters like this. A couple of days after he passed away, I was sleeping. I hear from my living room his voice saying, "Oh no." Then I wake up and everything seems to be a dream. I have another couple of dreams that I don't remember, but I do remember one in specific. I was walking around a street and I see an old friend in front of the building, and when I reach him, my father was there. I was shocked. I hug him, and he told me, "Don't worry, I'm waiting for my friends to do a barbecue." By the way, that's one of his favorite things in the world. This was between the first 6 months since he passed away. Almost a year later, I had a dream in memory. I was in a party like I remember as a child, full of relatives and friends of the family. When I watched the other room, I noticed my godfather and my dog. And by the way, both are dead more than 10 years ago. That's when I noticed that I say louder, "If you two are out there, my dad must be there." Then I run to the room, and suddenly the room starts to be longer, avoiding me to reach them. I wake up very nervous after that. I tell this to close friends, and they tell me it's just a dream. And then, about 6 or 8 months ago, my wife and I decided to move to Europe. At the beginning, I was worried about the leave that my mother with my 2 sisters, and I feel like I was a bad son. Then one night I was sleeping. I wake up because I hear the voice of my father calling me like he was next to my bed. My wife told me that he was my father telling me that everything was okay. Well, now I'm living in Europe since September. Having some issues trying to find a job, and I'm really very nervous. My wife always tells me to chill and to wait. The other night again, I dream about I was in a family reunion or something similar. My mother was talking very loud and my father was there and really shy. Then suddenly, he stands from his chair to go to another room and came with 2 cans of beer, and he said to me, "These people are going to think we're stupid. Have a beer with me." That's kind of his behavior when my mother asks him to be polite. So I was rethinking everything, and this could only be dreams or jokes from my mind, or it could be that, well, he's taking a visit to me. My cat came to say goodbye to me the day he died. Several years ago, I had a cat. She had been there since I was born. She was the most beautiful of all. We loved each other very much, and every day she followed me everywhere. Came to sleep with me until I woke up when I was time to sleep. When I went to class in the morning, she would always wait for me at the front door as soon as I got home, run toward me like we hadn't seen each other for days. In that period of my life, she was the only thing that I had, and I was the only thing that she had. One day, my father forced us to move to another house before we could empty and return ours, so she was alone, miles away. Found out later that at this time she stayed in the front of the door waiting. One day, my father told me she was dead. I cried so much that night I felt guilty for not having anywhere to protect her and to be there for her. I fell asleep that night and I had a dream. I was in front of my old house and she was waiting for me there. When she saw me, she ran toward me and I hugged her and I told her how much I loved her. thanks to this dream, I tell myself that maybe she wanted to say goodbye to me in her own way. I've never had a cat since because no one could be as kind and as loving as she was. I need an explanation for this. It's something that happened a long time ago. That day I had turned on a very hot bath. It's because my baths are always very hot. I sent a message on the phone and then I put on a piece of furniture next to the bathtub. I remember lying down and then nothing. I woke up, there was no water all over the bathroom floor. Or rather, there was water all over the bathroom floor, and my phone had fallen on the floor even though I hadn't touched it. Then I remember the message I sent before I laid down and had this black hole and saw that 20 minutes had passed. To this day, I still don't understand what could have happened during those 20 minutes. Still scares me. If I had lost consciousness, I couldn't have stayed like that for 20 minutes, could I? Oh yeah, you could. Night shifts in a care home. I work in a care home in the UK, and I work nights. I thought I'd share a few of the ghostly stuff I've seen and heard because the spirits at work seem to love to scare me senseless. I used to work evenings. Started with just footsteps behind me, particularly when I was on my own. Then they started scratching my head and tapping it. I then changed to night shifts, and certain spirits started popping up that night, and the night staff have seen them too. One night about a year ago, I was walking down a staircase. To my right is a corridor that leads to a dead end. I looked down the corridor and I saw a figure. She was almost glowing, she was so white. She had no face and very straggly hair. She was peeping out of the doorway of a bathroom. I could only see her head and upper body. Although she had no face, it felt like she was watching me. I turned to call for my coworker, but when I glanced back, she was gone. She doesn't really at least bother me too much. Seems like a nice spirit, and I've never worried about seeing her again, and I haven't. Another spirit is what staff call the Shadow Man. He lurks behind people and in corners. He only gets very close to one staff member who I regularly work with. I've only seen him one in the front entrance, and I froze, and so did he, and one night me and this one coworker were doing cleaning in the corridor with all the living rooms. We were standing there having a rant about general stuff that was annoying us, and for context, by the way, the spirits never like us being negative. As we were ranting, all the living rooms started making really loud noises all at once. I felt brave and I told them to shut up. Turned away from the noise, and this one coworker told me the Shadow Man was behind me. I didn't look, so I don't know if he was really that, but the noise sort of quieted down. It stopped our discussion, but when we started up again, it started as well. Other shorter stories would be things like me hearing a man shouting, "Help me," with no man around as we were in a corridor filled with ladies who were about to sleep. Another time, it was when I was walking out of the kitchen. All of the cutlery started banging around. I ran so fast and refused to be in that kitchen once it got dark outside. Another is the people we seen sat in chairs in the peripheral vision. But whenever we look, there's never anyone there. Then there's whistling that happens so close to us. We have to pretend not to hear it because it feels very wrong. Another time is I was sat in the staff room on my own and something said my name in my ear. I ignored it. Then when I'm in the laundry room, I can hear things in the corridor like walking frames, even when everyone is asleep. And another time there was screaming upstairs. Couldn't find the source. It was like when we went to one end of the corridor, it screamed on the opposite side, and we'd go back and forth without finding the person screaming. On another shift, that's where we sat in the staff room at around 5 a.m., and there was a walking stick sound in the corridor, We went out to see if someone was awake. They weren't. One night, me and another care worker doing normal resident assistance were both working with one person. I suddenly start hearing banging noises, but my other coworker couldn't hear it. At first, I ignored it after my coworker said she didn't hear anything and summed it up to an overactive imagination. Then began getting louder. Turned to my coworker and said somebody must be breaking in. She told me to look out the front window as there's a view of the main entrance. No one was there. And again, I tried to ignore it, but when we left this particular room, we decided to go up the corridor. Then we passed the bathroom I previously said I saw a peeping woman. The door was closed this night. Suddenly, the door started banging really loud and shaking. We ran back down the corridors. We were all scared. All alarms were on the doors, so we knew no residents were awake, and we still have no idea what was in that bathroom. Another night, I was on shift again, walking down the same corridor with the staff member. We had done our hourly checks on all residents and suddenly started hearing on a loop, "Help me, help me, help me," in a woman's voice. At first, we think it's a resident and instantly start checking rooms again. Nobody's awake, but we can still hear "help me." It was after checking rooms that we listened closely and neither of us recognized the voice. We didn't leave each other's side all night. Left the care home temporarily about 3 months ago. I can go back at any point, but it's so scary. I'm not very good at writing, so I'm terrible at setting the scene of how scary this place is, but I've always wondered what it is in the home and how aware they are of their surroundings. I don't like that they know my name and seem to target night staff. Don't blame you. Something freaky just happened. So I hopped on Discord with my friend. Before we even started chatting, and we had our cameras on too, I said, "I'll be right back. I need to get my water bottle from my car. I'm fucking thirsty." I stood up, took my headphones off, walked outside. Walked inside, went into my kitchen for a second, hung my keys up, looked for my computer, and I see my friend looking terrified and freaking out. So I run to my headphones, sit down, ask what's wrong. And in his point of view during all of that, he said as I stood up and went outside, he started singing to himself super loud. He heard my voice in his headphones go, "I'm so fucking hungry." And he said it was super clear and no doubt my voice, and to the point where he got embarrassed because he didn't think I had my headphones on. He said, "Wait, do you have your headphones on?" He saw me in the kitchen hanging my keys up without my headphones, and he said, "Can you hear me?" And I clearly couldn't. I didn't say I'm so fucking hungry. I said I was so thirsty, and I was before he started singing to himself and before he took my headphones off. My boyfriend was across the house playing video games, and I asked him if he never said anything like it apparently. Didn't even leave his room. Even though the entire thing was only 30 seconds, I doubted it was him in the first place. And by the way, I know for 100% certainty that I didn't speak those words out loud. I don't talk to myself, and if I did, I wouldn't forget. You might. What could have done this? This is really freaking me out, especially because it wasn't even the exact thing I said. It was hungry switched to thirsty. My friend was genuinely scared and would never make this up and super serious all the time. LOL. So I fully believe him. And that's why I'm so freaked out. Also, if I'm not mistaken, I remember hearing that stuff that mimics is evil. Bad vibes. So yeah, not feeling great. Strange encounter. IDK. Most of the time when people have quote-unquote supernatural encounters, they're alone. It's dark, and they usually have a reason to be extra alert or paranoid, such as being out in the forest or exploring an abandoned building. I've even had some weird experiences myself, which I can chalk up to my mind not processing things correctly. One experience stands out to me as being different, though. 3 summers ago, I worked a job painting apartments. The painting company worked in crews, where each crew of people would be assigned a different work site. I was the apartment crew lead, which is basically synonymous with manager. Apartment crew lead was a fast-paced, hectic position which required 10 to 11-hour workdays, managing a crew of the least experienced painters and moving between 3 or 4 work sites every day. All that is to say that while I'm working, I'm focused. In a bright environment around other people at all times, and my body's constantly in motion. It's the very last place I'd expect to start imagining things, which is why this specific instance stands out. My crew was about halfway through repainting a 2-bedroom apartment. I had finished rolling out the first bedroom and moved to the second. I was about halfway through filling the ceiling. The first thing I noticed was the distinct strong scent of vanilla. The paint that we use has no smell, and the primer we use was PVC, which smells like apples. But we didn't need to use primer in that apartment, so I don't believe the smell was from any painting products. I've smelled vanilla randomly a couple of times in the past, so I assumed at first it could have been an old factory hallucination, but it was the strongest one I've ever had. About 15 seconds after I started smelling vanilla, my entire body was suddenly gripped with an almost paralyzing fear. All my hair stood on end and I could feel tears in my eyes. My sinuses started swelling like I was going to cry or sneeze. My arms started shaking with fear so badly I couldn't keep the roller steady. I put it down in the bucket to rest for a bit. It felt fight or flight, but I couldn't really figure out what I was going to fight or where my body wanted to run. I turned around to leave the room, and as I turned around, I saw a painting rag drop to the floor a few feet behind me. From the speed at which it accelerated downwards, I think it had been dropped from around the height of my head. Although I don't know if it had been floating or what. All I saw was the fall. We use a lot of rags in apartments for cleaning the ends of the 6-inch rollers. They're made of an old, cut-up piece of t-shirt. It was pretty brief, but I definitely saw it falling. Couldn't have been sitting on anything because the room was empty, so I don't know how it dropped. The next thing I heard was a scraping originating from the closet. The closet doors had always taken off, so I could see it was empty. The walls were textured plaster, so it was pretty distinct and erratic scraping sound. It started in the closet area, then one distinct scrape started traveling coming toward me across the ceiling. One started coming toward me across the wall. There were 100% 2 different scrapes. I could hear 2 different scraping pitches between the ceiling and the wall. In my mind, it sounded like how I would imagine it would sound if somebody had been walking while scraping their fingernails with one hand on the wall and one on the ceiling. I left the room quickly, and the noise, the fear, and the smell all stopped. Still had a lot of residual adrenaline in my system. Talking with my 2 coworkers who were finishing painting the kitchen, they had also heard the scraping, but didn't seem to notice as they usually had a lot of scraping and noise going on. The 6-inch roller makes an almost identical noise. When it's edging in a ceiling line, we're painting ceilings that day, so we weren't edging ceilings. It's distinctly coming from 2 different places. Pretty skeptical of ghosts, or spirits, or anything, but I can't for the life of me think of an explanation for it all. My only one is that I had hallucinated all of it somehow, but that doesn't really explain the scraping. I don't have any mental illness or anything. Any thoughts, maybe? I found the subreddit and posted this wall of text as I'm just trying to make sense of it all. Haven't had anything similar since. My so far, in quotes, experience. So I don't know if there's a character limit, so I'll try to sum a lot of this up quickly. When I was 7 years old, I was showering alone, and with the door shut. I was close to being done, and suddenly the light, the fan, and the water turned off. There was a moment I was in darkness. It felt like 3 to 5 seconds, and suddenly everything turned back on. When I looked out, the shower was to see who was messing with me, I froze cold. There was a tall and seemingly thick, darker than black silhouette of a being reflecting next to me outside the shower, but only visible in the mirror. I was petrified and I couldn't move or scream. As quickly as it came, it vanished. I hurried up and grabbed my clothes and booked it down the stairs to where I attempted to speak to my mom. She told me, "Wait a minute, I'm on the phone." And so I waited about 2 minutes. My mom returned from the garage and into the living room where I was seated silent and confused after what I just saw. And she said, "I don't know how to tell you this, but your dad just passed away." At that moment, I didn't understand death, let alone ghosts or whatever I saw. But I knew something was wrong, and I was terrified of the upstairs bathroom and would always use it or shower with the door wide open and panic internally if anyone tried to close it. I had a recurring nightmare about that bathroom where a monster human woman would look down at her hands in the mirror, start screaming, and then look up at me still screaming very loudly until I would wake up. That sucks. I spent a lot of time alone as a kid in the basement, but it wasn't always alone. A buddy of mine was with me in the basement playing Guitar Hero. Suddenly, a white, massive, thick cloud or mist, impossible to look through. It zoomed out of one of the rooms to our right and disappeared at the wall. It was very quick, but I asked my friend if he saw that. He said yes. I saw shadows while I was alone a few times behind the bar area toward the storage unit, but I always pretended that I didn't see anything and assumed my mind was playing tricks on me. I knew at least I was scared of being in the basement. Yet that's where some of my video games were, and I always did puzzles by myself down there. I always felt like I was being watched. Another moment, somebody was with me when I was in the office. My stepdad was helping me with homework, and we both looked up and saw a brown, gray, white, black blur. It shot up the stairs. I knew a little better, and I asked him what did he see, and he responded saying something shot up the stairs. More years went after my dad's death, and ghostly, shadowy encounters seemed to go away. My mom became an every-night alcoholic, gone 4 to 6 nights a week for years, and my stepdad hated me. Often, we had chaotic battles. I was terribly depressed between 10 and 19, and I blamed God for a lot of the problems in my life. Constantly tried forming a relationship with the man in the clouds, but always felt rejection, as if everything was continually getting worse. My mom got caught cheating on him thanks to me, and what I thought was a blessing with my mom being caught and me being forced on a stranger's couch, yet seeing my mom daily became a curse. I thought that since she was drinking at home, that's a good thing. Yet she was overtly mean, and mean beyond logic, and was always hurling insults, trashing the place, and very, very angry at me even though I did no wrong. I could swear several dozens of times I saw evil in her eyes, bloodshot red, cacklingly rude and violent. I've seen my mom crab walk after me while I was trying to get away from her. She'd call the police on me while I was sleeping after she destroyed parts of the house. She called my P.O. to say I was being violent. One day, she cut my brother across his face with a box cutter. Whoa. Convinced him to blame me when questioned at school about the cut across his face and into his lips. Luckily, or rather, lucky me, I was in a temporary mental hospital for kids because she kicked me out and I slept in the front of my school. When the teacher and police asked why I had cigarettes, I responded wrong and I had said that I was depressed and they took me away. But that saved me from assault with deadly weapons charges. Yet my mom was never arrested as the truth never came out till a few years later. And somehow my ex-stepdad showed me proof that she was arrested the night before with assault with a dangerous weapon in her current husband. Okay. Yet no cops connected the dots. Yet lucky for me, I had a solid alibi. So anyways, a new house with the stepdad brought ghostly things as well. One day I was sitting on the couch after school when the doorbell rang. I got up, looked outside, no one was there. Sat down and the doorbell rang again twice. I hurried to the door and looked outside, looked down my street, no one was around. The dogs were going ballistic this entire time, but when I sat down again it rang 3 times before I could even sit down, and again I walked outside, walked around to my house and back inside. Before I could even close that heavier door, the doorbell rang super fast. Didn't stop for a good 10 or 20 seconds. When dogs were freaking out, I cussed at the potential ghost or demon that was there. It stopped, but I was spooked a bit. Another moment happened when I was outside on the phone talking to my dad's fiancé. When he passed, and suddenly from the woods I hear a faint yet audible "help me" in the woman's voice. I paused, looked toward the moonlit woods, and continued my conversation. Then I heard a woman scream "help me" in a loud yet agonizing pitch. I lit another cigarette with Miss Joyce on the phone still and heard it again, but this time in a man's voice and louder. It repeated itself this time, seemingly very angry, louder and closer. It sounded like it was no longer in the woods, but in my backyard less than 50 feet from me. I knew something paranormal and dark was happening, but curiosity for answers locked me in place. It screamed in rage one last time. That's when I booked it inside. It sounded next to me yet all around, and I still get goosebumps even while typing this 12+ years later. After being kicked out so many times by my mom and never having a real place to go, I became a thief. I stole from unlocked cars, and one day I stole a car. This landed me in prison, but the stories don't end there. I had my girlfriend over, who I was with before prison, and we were again at my mom's new husband's house. I was going to meet my girlfriend down in the basement, which is my room, to start a puzzle. I was talking to my mom when my girl said that she was going downstairs. I quickly finished the conversation and went to follow her. Through the glass door of the basement, I looked down and saw my girlfriend's pale face staring back up at me from the bottom of the steps, and when I opened the door, she no longer was standing there. I turned on the light and proceeded down the steps, turned on the basement lights and looked around. She wasn't down there at all. I said her name a few times, and when I go back upstairs, my girlfriend was at the top asking me what I was doing. I told her what had just happened. She said that she had used the bathroom first, and I was puzzled, but I wasn't scared. This is kind of a new haunting, so... We did a puzzle for the rest of the night, and she left. Came back the next day. We're in the far back of the basement doing a puzzle, and suddenly we hear a sharp shh sound from the opposite end toward the stairs. Slightly confused of what the sound was, not really thinking it was paranormal yet, we continued on. Yet again it sounded. Shh. Sounded, well, clearly audible. I joked maybe it's the furnace. Yet the furnace was a good 15-20 feet away. Again, but this time it moved to the left of the stairs to the basement kitchen area. Again, we joked maybe a rat in the air duct. Again, shh. Yet this time it moved again by the furnace area. Now I knew something was going on, and I scooted closer to her facing the rest of the basement. And again, shh, like air escaping a tire. It's the only way I can really describe it. Suddenly, I saw a mirage-like form around the treadmill. And again, shh, it was loud. It was at a maybe 90+ degree angle away from where it started. I then explained to her I'm feeling rage, like when I want to argue, but admit I have no reason to be angry. Then shh, yet this time, it was somewhere right in front of us. Then she jumped and I asked what. She said it again, yet that it was in her ear. And then shh again, yet it was directly in between us, surprising us both. We both jumped. I pushed her away from me to go upstairs and I started calling this thing every name in the book and threatened it with the Bible, and it never did it again. That was a good, sketchy moment. We got a place in a hotel to be together every day until more money was saved. How can you save money renting a hotel? My mom was too hostile and drunk to be around, and there were fights all the time. My girl witnessed her bad side. At the hotel room, the light would turn on, and strangely also the sink. She would say she sees shadows in the dark, but I said we're sort of matrixing shapes in the dark. Yet I swear I'd seen them as well. Since then, nothing much has happened. Yet I can't say my life got any better. I've always felt like this thing follows me around, and I know it's not my dad, and I suspect it to be truly evil. Yet I don't really know. I appreciate anybody reading this, and I've struggled with this stuff for years, and I believe the only reason I believe in God is, well, because I've witnessed evil. Yet now, my stepdaughter and wife claim to see shadows at night. I just hope it's not starting again. Maybe I was vulnerable, but I shared a moment with other people, and all I can say is yes, ghosts or demons are real. Have a great night. Have you ever had an undeniable experience? Hey up everyone, long time lurker, first time poster here. Not sure if I'm really not the first or the last to try this, but I've recently started a YouTube channel where I shared true spooky stories while lounging on my beanbag by the fire. Honestly, I've had my fill of faceless, AI-driven channels and wanted to create something more personal and down to earth. I agree. Think Mr. Balin, but with a stronger focus on the supernatural and a chilled-out vibe like sitting with a mate, swapping eerie tales over a few cheeky ales after twilight. My goal is to build a cozy corner where people can enjoy spine-tingling stories and maybe even open their minds to the mysteries of the unknown along the way. Just released my first video where I talk about my personal encounter with the Hat Man. I'd share it here, but I know there's rules about self-promotion. It's a humble start, and I know there's plenty of room for improvement, but I'm keen to learn and grow with each story I tell. That's where you lovely folks come in. I'm on the lookout for true spooky stories that I could share on the channel. Of course, I'd give full credit and provide a link to the finished video once it's published, and additional heads up, I'll likely alter the script somewhat to suit my ridiculous Yorkshire voice. No good at putting on the spooky voice, though it's a little bit more conversational in tone. Got a few personal experiences lined up, but I'd love to mix them in with stories from others to keep the content fresh and diverse. If you got a tale you'd like to share, please do post it here, drop me a DM. Hate to say, but I feel like I'm advertising somebody that should be me. The Old Warden House. Back in 2006, our whole family used to live in a rural town called Lengong. At that time, Lengong is still undeveloped. Most of the town is just forest and small road. My father worked as a school security guard. My mother owns a small sort of, a Sendol shop, Cendol. It's a dessert, sweet and cold. On July of that year, our house got burned down. After that incident, we really had no money to rent or buy a house, and out of mercy from the headmaster of the school that my father worked at, they allow us to stay at the old warden house near the abandoned school hostel. We were grateful for it. For the first few months living there was okay, but on the third month we started to experience this weird haunting. One night when my father's out working night shift around 11 p.m., suddenly we heard someone knocking on our door. My mother just opens the door because she thought my father had come back home. There's no one outside. At that time, there was only me, my older brother, and my mother in the house. My mother immediately closed the door. I was scared, but my mother and brother calmed me down. It's weird, because nobody lived near her house, and her house mostly surrounded by forest, and just beside it there's the abandoned school hostel. But it was locked and abandoned for a long time ago. As we're all ready to go to sleep, the door is being knocked again. But this time it was loud and aggressive, as if somebody was trying to break into our house. All of us started to panic, and my mother yells, "Siapa tu? Tolonglah." Oh, jeez. So, Translated, it says something along the lines of, "Who is that? Please don't disturb us." And the knocking suddenly stopped, and we hear footsteps circling our house. The footsteps sounded like somebody's walking slowly but dragging their feet. We were so scared, and my mother started to recite some Quranic verses. We're Muslim. A few minutes later, the footstep sounds are finally gone. And that's the first time ever in my life that I experienced something like that. So scary. Couldn't never forget it. A few weeks later, same situation. My father's not home and working night shift. Around 12 a.m., 1 a.m. in the morning, we're woken up by the sound of something running on top of the roof. For your information, the Warden house is an old Malay traditional house. Most parts of the house are made of wood and uses zinc rooftop. It was so loud and it sounded like something with two legs running and hopping on the top of the roof. It goes on for a few minutes and then we hear the same slow footsteps circling our house, but this time it started to scratch on the wall as if trying to scare us. All of this haunting goes on for almost 2 years. Then my parents decided to move out of the house and found a new house to rent near the town. We all started to pack our stuff, clean the house and surroundings. My father borrows a lorry from his friend and we all load up the stuff on the lorry. After we finish and load the stuff, my father goes checking the house to make sure everything's okay before locking the door. Then my father enters the lorry with the older brother while my mother drove her mini scooter with me. As we're leaving the house, I turn my head around just to look at the house for one last time. What I saw next is something that I'll never forget for the rest of my life. I saw a figure like human, exactly on the top of an abandoned hostel roof, sitting like in a squat position. Got long legs and hands that's touching the roof. Got long hair that covered the whole face and the skin's pale and bluish. I was horrified by what I saw. I immediately turned my head back, closed my eyes, and hugged my mother just tightly from behind as we ride the scooter. A few days later, I told my family about what I saw the day we moved out, but no one really believes me. They say maybe I was seeing something else. I wrote this just to tell you guys that what I saw that day is real, and I swear it's true. 7 years old when that happened, but I know what I saw with my own eyes, and I can still remember it. Thank you for those who read it till the end. I kind of feel a little bit frustrated because my family didn't believe me and I kept it to myself all this time. Rez. I was a city girl, born and raised up until Kokum moved my cousins and I to the reservation when I was 14. We went from having all the amenities of the city, such as access to malls, roller rinks, and recreation centers that was just across the street from our place, to living in the country, where everything was an hour or two drive down dusty roads. We farmed our own vegetables, collected water, and collected wood for the wood-burning stove that we used to cook on. It was an adjustment for sure. Our neighbors' houses were through the bush, and they were a worn-down trail that connected the houses. It was the middle of summer when the heat was at its highest during the day. My younger cousins were sorting the wood that I was splintering into small pieces for the stove in front of the house. They were making piles against the house from each wood that I finished with. We were quietly doing this when I glanced up to see this man making his way to face us from the bush trail in the distance. He was tall, and I remembered thinking how, hot he must have been because he wore this long trench coat. Looked like it might have been made out of black leather. It was long and went almost down to his boots. And boots, another odd accessory. On his head, he wore what looked like an old-fashioned cowboy hat or a fedora. He walked in long strides, and I wondered how he managed to stay completely in the shadow. The sun was high overhead. It dappled through the trees, yet the light didn't touch him at all. I couldn't make out any features on his face, and it was just dark. He was definitely solid, definitely a man. I told Kokum, who was behind me, that it looked like we were going to have a visitor. Maybe she could put on a pot of tea. She looked up and her expression changed. She got this intense look on her eye. Kokum told us to get in the house. Quickly, she snapped. Kokum never really spoke to us like that in such a sharp, impatient tone, so we booked it into the house. Once inside, she yelled at me in the locked front door and she locked the back door. I was alarmed and did as she told me. She closed the curtains. I was confused. My little cousins left to the back bedroom to close the curtains, and my little cousin maybe was 9 years old. She came to me and said that the man was peeking into the window back there. The man never spoke. No hello, no nothing. He didn't knock on the front door either. Our youngest cousin told us that the man was peering into another window on the other side of the house. I got the creeps as I imagined him trying to look into all the windows of the house, and I was so disturbed by what was happening. Kokum didn't offer any explanation either, and also weren't allowed out the rest of the day. Things like this didn't happen to us in the city. It was only years later that I found out that people have seen that man too. It was some paranormal thing that I still don't understand. Who and what was it? Why does it show up like that? It was in the middle of the day too. You'd think things like that wouldn't be around. Have any of you ever experienced this? Ghosts in the Ghetto. As a young mom, I couldn't afford much. There were these 2 rental units just off of 22nd Street. The owner of this building was basically a slumlord. I got to give him some credit, though. He did attempt to renovate, and he evicted all the problematic tenants that used to live there. The building manager was being more picky about who they let in the building now, too. So that was why the apartment building was half empty when I moved in there with my 3-year-old. I got to know the neighbors quick. I met a woman named Rebecca. She told me that her previous boyfriend died from heart complications not too long ago. Then she told me how his friend Jim was there for her and how they leaned on each other during their time of mourning. She said she moved out of her place to live with Jim in his basement suite. She wasn't much older than I was. Pretty much dark curly hair, pale skin. I nodded my head and commiserated with her. It was good that they had each other. Grief was hard enough on your own. If you can find a shoulder to lean on, then it was that much lighter. They offered me a beer, but I declined. And that was Rebecca. I was curled up on the couch watching TV alone one night. It was well after midnight when somebody knocked on my door. My immediate thought was, who the hell would be knocking on my door at this hour? My nosy self headed over to look into the peephole. Standing there in the hallway under the fluorescent lighting was this older gentleman. He was wearing a short-sleeved, colorful print shirt, khaki shorts, brown sandals. He was a white guy with silver messy medium-length hair, and he had a bit of a paunch. I opened the door, and he looked at me with these sad blue eyes, and he asked, "Is Rebecca home?" I furrowed my brow and then told him that she didn't live in this unit anymore. I told him that she moved into Unit 3 downstairs. The expression on his face after I said that, it was a mixture of surprise, disappointment, and something else. He quickly looked at his feet, and I went to close the door, but he looked up at me, and then he said he was thirsty. He asked me if I could please give him a glass of water. I was a bit taken aback because, well, what a strange request. That is not a strange request. That is the most normal request. Ever the helpful person, I said, "Sure, but stay there." I shut the door, locked it, and then headed to the kitchen. Ran a cold tap of water into a mug, then unlocked the door, opened it, and as I was handing him the water, I got this strong gut feeling to not touch his skin. I carefully avoided his fingers. He took a few sips and then handed me the mug back. I don't know why, but I suddenly felt alarmed. Danger. I didn't let his hand touch mine. Then I closed the door quickly. My heart sped up a bit. The hallway was chilly. My fingertips felt cold. I peeked into the peephole and there was no one there. I was uncomfortable for the rest of the night, like, why did I tell him where Rebecca lived? I shouldn't have done that. Felt like I did something really wrong. It was as if I just gave permission of some kind, or I just allowed something to happen. And honestly, I don't remember if these things happened before or after that night. But the lights would burn out, especially the dining room. It was frequent enough that I asked management to check the electrical. They said everything was good and there was nothing broken or loose in the wiring. I ended up leaving the dining room dark. My boyfriend was over one evening. The three of us were watching TV together in the living room. My boyfriend got up to make himself a sandwich. There was an old wooden room divider between two rooms. We could see him at the corner fixing a snack. We had our own on the coffee table. My boyfriend had to walk around the divider through the dark dining room area to get to the kitchen. My 3-year-old said, "Mommy, why is that man staring at us?" I asked, "What man? Where is he?" My 3-year-old pointed to the dark dining room area. I looked, but of course no one was there. I was really creeped out, but I asked, "What does he look like?" "He has big fat eyes and his hair's like this." Then my child showed me with their little hands how the man's hair stuck out, then made wavy fingers. Ugh. I didn't want to scare my baby, so I pretended what they had said didn't frighten me. My boyfriend, on the other hand, was still in the kitchen. He paused mid-slice after he heard that. Then my 3-year-old said, "He's your friend who shouts off the lights." I shuddered. I wrapped my child up in the blankets and my boyfriend came over to join us. I stayed up that whole night just watching over them. Houston House. A few years ago, my husband found a 3-bedroom bungalow that was cheap to rent. The owner who inherited it was a friend of my husband's. This guy's father had passed away the previous year, and the house was sitting empty that whole time. The owner didn't really want to live in it, and he didn't even bother returning to the house to remove all the furniture and clothing or belongings from it either. I didn't even get a chance to see the place before we moved in. My husband sprung it on me last minute after our apartment lease was up. It looked okay from the outside. The windows were dark, but of course nobody lived there. Once my husband opened the door and switched on the light in the foyer, I felt that this place wasn't empty. I felt like something was in there watching us right away. I knew the original owner passed away, so I just figured it was just spooking myself that first evening. The whole house was full of furniture, knickknacks, personal items, clothing, and it was dark and dusty. I was depressed looking at it all. Part of the deal for cheap rent was that we had to clean it all. We got a truck, cleaned out all the majority of the house, and we kept some things like the almost new couch, the armchairs, the TV, and the end tables. We kept the master bedroom furniture in there because the mattress was new, the bedding and the furniture was new, and it hadn't been used yet. My husband traveled for work, and he left me there alone, and that's when I experienced things that were odd. That feeling of being observed didn't go away. I stayed in the front rooms because there wasn't really better light there, and it's where our belongings were. The back part of the bungalow was always dark. The first thing I noticed was scratching sounds in the wall. It's Texas, so it could have been an animal doing that, but I heard what sounded like walking along the ceiling. I remembered one day I was watching a movie. There was this loud stomping up there. I was distractedly thinking to myself, damn, the neighbors are loud. Then I remembered there wasn't any upstairs in Hebers. Ran outside to see what was on the roof, and there was nothing. Really did sound like heavy footsteps coming from across the side of the house to the other. I was nocturnal back then. I stayed up all night either watching live streams or painting in the living room. I was in my bedroom watching an old black and white movie on this TV this particular night. Outside, I could see the pink dawn through the curtains. That's when I heard knocking. Just 2 sharp knocks on the upper left side of my bedroom wall over my bed. The bedroom was at the left corner side of the house. I wondered what it was. Then all along that side of the wall was a swooshing sound. I pictured somebody using a leafy branch just making swirls with it on the other side. Just a scratchy swirling sound. Hopped out of the bed to see what the heck that was. It had to be people. Ran outside and over to the outside of the house, and there was no one. They couldn't have ran away. I guess it was just so odd to me. This happened a few more times before I finally answered that knock with a loud hello. And the knock itself sounded like a person's knock. Intentional to get attention. Not like a tapping or something bouncing off the wall. It was 2 distinct knocks. There was a hesitation, and it knocked 3 times, and I asked, "Who's there?" Then the knocking started going hard and fast. It sounded angry and loud. I took off to check the outside again, and nothing. No one was there. Went back inside, back to the bathroom. The frantic, loud knocking was now accompanied by that swirling sound. It moved from the left side of the wall to the ceiling, and that scared me. Called my friend, and then she told me that I wasn't supposed to ever answer the knock or go outside, for 2 reasons. If it had been a person scaring me, I could have been hurt. Then secondly, whatever that was, it was bad, and I interacted with it. Went on for 30 minutes. Left the bedroom to go sit shaking in the living room while I chatted with my friend. She wouldn't accept any pictures or videos of it either. After that occurrence, I made sure to ignore all noises. Just act like everything was okay and activity did die down. We painted the back room, but didn't seem to make it any brighter. Stayed gloomy. When we attempted to sleep in the master bedroom with the en-suite at the back of the house, neither of us could sleep. Facing the bedroom door, and several times when I woke up, that door would be open again. I felt as though somebody was staring at us from the kitchen each time. It was also very cold and uncomfortable in there. Moved away after a year.